Order. Today is Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. and we're in the central jury room of the Ralph H. Walton Jr. Justice Center at 1200 West Pearl Street in Granbury, Texas. We're very pleased and honored today to have with us one of our pastors in our community who's very important. He does this every year. He brings with him his son to help him translate. He gives the invocation in Spanish. His son translates, and he brought a prominent member and elder of the church with him today. So please help me welcome Pastor Raul Sandoval of the Iglesia Cristiana Church.
Let's pray.
Let's pray, please.
Padre Santo,
Father in heaven,
estás en el cielo.
who art in heaven,
Te damos la gloria
we give you glory
como país,
as country,
como condado,
as county,
como ciudad.
as civilization.
Queremos que estés presente
We want you here present today,
a todo el tiempo,
all the time,
dirigiendo
directing us,
nuestros directores del pueblo.
our leaders in our community.
Dale sabiduría,
Give them wisdom,
dale entendimiento,
give them understanding,
que podamos tener
so we can have
una ciudad
a civilization,
hermosa,
beautiful,
pero sobre todo
but above all,
honrándote.
honoring you.
Te damos la gloria.
We give you glory.
Bendice nuestros líderes.
Bless our leaders.
Bendice nuestro pueblo.
Bless our town.
Lo ponemos en tus manos.
We put it in your hands.
Lo oramos
We pray
en el nombre de Cristo Jesús.
in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amén.
Amen.
Yeah, please, go ahead. We're going to have a little safety presentation by our Fire Marshal, Jeff Young.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've attracted so many new friends. We felt it'd be important to let y'all know that when you come in here, this is the event of emergency. Of course, there's the exit and the way you came in. There are also exits on either side of the court to the front. If you go through the hallways towards the back, there are doors back there you can exit. There are AEDs at the end of this hall down close to security. There's another one at the very end of the hall on the other end. In the event that that's needed, we're not asking you to go get the AED, just alert somebody that needs it, that needs to get it, and we have staff that will take care of that. So, if we do have to evacuate for whatever reason, we do it in an orderly fashion. Once you get outside, if the building gets cleared and we're ready to let you back in, we'll let you know that everything's good and we'll go from there. For the gentleman in the court, if you wouldn't mind, while we're in the court, if you'll please remove your ball caps. Out of respect for the court, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. All right, the first item that we're going to have today is the special presentations, and we have the first proclamation declaring April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Do we have anybody here from that? Oh, Miss Margaret, well, come on up here. Y'all want to go down? Oh my goodness. Folks, this is Margaret Carnauer. Can we just move that out? Come on in, you're going to get in. I'm going to get in. Yeah, okay. Now, she said she can talk pretty much. Donna makes some small packages.
Official proclamation to designate April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas children are among the most vulnerable members of our community, and their safety, health, and well-being are essential to the strength and future of our families and society. And whereas child abuse and mental psychological effects and preventing maltreatment requires awareness, education, collaboration, and early intervention. And whereas Child Protective Services and child welfare professionals work tirelessly to investigate reports, protect children from harm, and support families in crisis. And whereas local law enforcement agencies play a critical role in responding to allegations of abuse, ensuring the immediate safety of children, and holding offenders accountable under the law. And whereas the District Attorney's Office is committed to the pursuit of justice for child victims through trauma-informed prosecution and collaboration with multidisciplinary partners. And whereas the Child Abuse Prevention Month Planning Committee brings together dedicated professional advocates and volunteers to promote prevention, education, and community engagement throughout the month of April. And whereas community partners, including schools, healthcare providers, nonprofit organizations, faith-based groups, civic organizations, and concerned citizens are vital in recognizing signs of abuse, reporting concerns, and creating safe, supportive environments for children. And whereas preventing child abuse is a shared responsibility that requires collective action, strong partnerships, and a commitment to speaking up for children who cannot speak for themselves. Now, therefore, the Hood County Commissioners Court hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month, and all residents are encouraged to support prevention efforts, promote child safety, and strengthen families through awareness, education, and community involvement. And be it further proclaimed that we honor and thank Child Protective Services, child welfare professionals, local law enforcement, the District Attorney's Office, the Child Abuse Prevention Planning Committee, and all community partners for their unwavering dedication to protecting children and advocating for their well-being. And be it further proclaimed that we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring every child grows up safe, supported, and free from abuse and neglect. Signed this 10th day of March 2026, from Ron Messenger, Judge, Kevin Andrews, Nanette Samuelson, Dave Eagle, Jeff Wilson, and Christine Russell. Thank you.
Good deal. Everybody knows Margaret Warnock is the great job she does, and all these people does with the Biloxi. Yeah, they do a great deal and do a tremendous job. I mean, stated that they have raised a lot of money this month already. Well, you will give us the amount or not? Yeah, well, it was a lot of money, but they built a new advocacy center down on the floor, which they did. So.
Yes, we didn't see goals, we were very interested in community support.
What? Did I overhear $163,000?
She ratted me out.
Right? That is really good.
That's right.
But that is a very worthwhile deal. I mean, it really does.
When the next one comes up, they're going to want the same thing. So I don't know if you want to push it back to it.
Just push it forward.
Yeah.
Please play this music.
Okay, this is Sexual Awareness Month, kind of goes hand in hand with child abuse up here. And her up here is going to read this. We're going to do this good job this morning.
That is not possible.
Do your best. Okay, good deal.
This is an official proclamation to designate April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas sexual assault is a serious crime that touches all communities regardless of age, race, disability, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. And whereas Hood County Commissioners Court recognizes and participates support National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month provides an excellent opportunity for citizens to learn more about preventing sexual assault and to show support for the organizations and individuals who provide critical advocacy, services, and assistance to victims. And whereas, on average, there are 463,634 victims, age 12 or older, of rape and sexual assault every year in the United States. Every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. And whereas, on average, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, the National Sexual Assault Hotline, has helped more than 27,000 victims per month nationwide in 2025. And whereas Mission Granbury provides services for victims of sexual assault, Mission Granbury's Victim Service Program served 188 sexual assault victims last fiscal year. And whereas preventing sexual assault means changing the social norms that allow and condone violence and requires the collective voice and power of individuals, families, institutions, and systems, each wholeheartedly committed to transforming our community. Now, therefore, in recognition of the important work done by survivors, sexual assault programs, and victim service providers, the Fisher County Commissioner's Report is hereby proclaimed April 2026 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and urges all residents to become involved in efforts to prevent and respond to sexual assault and recognize the impact it has in our community. Signed this 10th day of March 2026 by all the esteemed dignitaries who signed the
Okay, no service awards, Ms. Welborn. Okay, so the next agenda item is citizens' comments at large, and we have 6 people. So the first person to speak is Cheryl Shadden.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Shadden. I live at 8405 Contrary Creek Road and have lived in Hood County for decades. I am speaking today both as a resident and as a representative of Protect Hood County. I'm here to discuss a serious legal issue facing this county, inverse condemnation, and the county's responsibility to protect the community using the authority granted it under Texas law. Inverse condemnation occurs when government action, or the failure of the government to act when it has the authority to do so, results in damaging, devaluing, or effectively taking of private property. Under Article 1, Section 17 of the Texas Constitution, private property cannot be taken, damaged, or destroyed for public use without adequate compensation. When industrial development is allowed to substantially interfere with the use and value of surrounding homes and property, the government fails to use the protections available to it. The law recognizes that situation as potential taking. Hood County is experiencing an unprecedented level of industrial expansion. Within one of the smallest counties in Texas, we now have multiple gas plants, massive energy infrastructure, and proposals for hyperscale data centers and large industrial projects. These developments are occurring directly beside homes where long before these facilities existed are now being forced to absorb the impacts of the rapid industrialization, constant noise, environmental concerns, infrastructure stress, and declining property values. The Texas legislature anticipated that counties would face situations where development threatens natural resources and surrounding communities. This is why legislature enacted provisions such as Texas Local Government Code Subchapter K, which grants counties specific authority to regulate development in order to protect sensitive areas, including watershed and environmental resources associated within the Brazos River Basin. Hood County sits directly within that basin. Industrial development at that scale now proposed has the potential to affect water resources, environmental conditions, and the safety of nearby communities. Despite these concerns, the county has not used the full extent of its authority to slow development long enough to evaluate cumulative impacts. Each project is considered individually, but the community experiences them collectively. Gas plants, hyperscale data centers, battery storage facilities, and related infrastructure are being proposed at the same time within a concentrated corridor. Without a pause to study cumulative impacts, the county risks allowing development that permanently alters the character, safety, and livability in this region. A temporary moratorium is a responsible planning tool by communities across Texas and the United States when development begins to outpace regulation and infrastructure planning. A moratorium does not stop community or development permanently. It simply pauses approvals long enough for local government to evaluate environmental impacts, infrastructure capacity, and community protections. It allows time to develop reasonable safeguards so that growth occurs responsibly rather than recklessly. Right now, Hood County is at a critical decision point. If industrial expansion continues without a comprehensive review of community impact, residents may continue to experience declining property values and worsening living conditions. When government has the authority to implement protections but does not do so, the burden of industrial development is shifted onto individual homeowners. That situation can create the legal foundation for inverse condemnation claims. The goal here is not to litigate. The goal is prevention. Responsible planning now can prevent conflict later. The tools already exist in Texas law. Subchapter K provides authority that can be used to protect the Brazos River Basin and the communities that live within it. Using that authority to slow development long enough to study impacts would demonstrate responsible governance and a commitment to protecting residents. I respectfully ask this court to consider implementing temporary moratorium on new large-scale individual industrial energy and hyperscale data center infrastructure projects until cumulative environmental, infrastructure, and community impact evaluations can be completed. This would allow the county to develop reasonable protections for residents, water resources, and the long-term health of Hood County. Protecting the Brazos River Basin protects our water, our land, our future. Protecting residents protects the integrity of this county. I urge this court to use the authority granted to it by the Texas legislature to ensure that development in Hood County proceeds responsibly and does not come at the expense of the people already living here. Thank you for your time and your service to the citizens of Hood County.
The next speaker is Jim Bell. Jim Bell.
This good? All right. You know, a few things come to mind when we're looking at all these data centers circling. We feel like this is an onslaught. This is a bunch of sharks circling, picking us off like we were fruit on a branch. And I noticed that Comanche Circle's getting a considerable amount more press than the other data centers circling to come in here. And I have a question in my mind as to why. I think I'd like to go find that out. But in order for their concept plan approval, they're going to have an approved water source. And thanks to AMUD and their unanimous vote, they don't have one. But it strikes me that sailfish and Comanche Circle are coming up into the forefront of conversation so frequently and so rapidly that I'm wondering if this guy, Ryan Hughes, is using back channels. I intend to check it out, but it doesn't really look good from where I sit. Looks kind of fishy. Raises my eyebrows.
The next speaker is Cindy Highsmith.
My name is Cindy Highsmith, and I live in Pecan Plantation. And I am here today it's an ask, and I'm asking the Commissioners Court to help with this. So we know that we have not had monitoring equipment for Hood County since April of 2022. And really, I don't understand why we are here today even talking about the data centers that are proposed for this county, because TCEQ is not monitoring our air, and they're relying on air modeling, no real-time data. I have been conversing with Brandy Brooks. She's the Deputy Director of Air Monitoring Division, and I started communicating with her on April 30th of last year. Yesterday, after 36 emails, this is where we're at. We are at, on February, and this really, I give a lot of credit to Senator Birdwell. In October, he made a call to the executive director and told her that she had to do something about this. And so the process has moved along at a snail's pace. And on February 27th, after, they had to find a site, they had to do this, that, they had to get the EPA to approve the site. And on February 27th, the bids were closed. So the bidding process is closed. But Brandy Brooks, she doesn't know where that's at because she's just not in charge of that. So if they did get some bids, then maybe a purchase order will go out in a month. But my point is that my ask is that you contact Representative Slauson and Representative Birdwell. There needs to be a change. When we don't have monitoring equipment, we have no real-time data except for ozone, then they shouldn't be issuing permits. No standard permits, no major permits. There shouldn't be anything issued in this county when they cannot measure real-time data. And we know that things have been changing because Michelle McKenzie has come in front of us, and she's told us that, ozone has been going up since 2022. And they got a study done, and the study was completed. And I don't know if she's made a report to the court or not, but I've spoken with her. And yes, so, what produces ozone? It's nitrous oxide. Where do you get nitrous oxide? There's two places, but one of them is from gas-powered plants. So we're going to add, we already have 3 in precinct 211, Republican precinct 211, but actually in Commissioner Samuelson's precinct 2. And we're adding another one, and now we're looking at adding another one. It's just too much. It's onerous, and I live in a community, and I'm elderly. I'm looking at having 9 turbines across from my house. And I'm going, and you can't measure, this county cannot be measured air quality by TCEQ. So my ask is that you do something. Obviously, I'm nobody, because after 36 emails, I'm moving at a snail's pace. So I know that y'all are better than me. Please do something. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kenneth Metter.
Judge, Commissioners, appreciate the time to come and speak with you today. I'm wanting to speak with you about the industrial development that is planned for Hood County. When we talk about all these things, a lot of people talk about, they generalize the data centers and how dangerous they are and how polluting they are. The data centers are not the huge problem. The power plants that are associated with them are the big problem. They're the ones that are emitting the NOx and all these pollutants into the air when they're firing up the gas-fired power plants. TCEQ gets permits, air quality permits, for each one of these facilities that are proposed. They did it for Wolf Hollow 1, Wolf Hollow 2, Wolf Hollow 3. So they get all these applications, and they look at the application for that facility. When you combine Wolf Hollow 1, 2, 3, right there beside each other, TCEQ does not look at that cumulative effect. Then you're talking about Pacifico is trying to go in very close there. Sailfish is not that far away when you go as the crow flies. And so the cumulative effect of all these things coming in also creates heat island effects, which raises our ambient temperature if you get that much of this going. Another concern is drainage. Each one of these is putting concrete and buildings on the ground, so your rainwater, whenever we do get rain, it does not soak into the ground. It's going to run off. It's going to take the pollutants that have settled onto the ground, and it's going to wash those pollutants into the waterways. Wastewater. Each one of these facilities is going to have a wastewater management system, and that needs to be controlled. That's under state law, that they have to do certain things a certain way when they deal with wastewater. Housing, if you look at what's been happening up in Abilene, they've got the Stargate, and then they've got another one going in on the north side. The second one that's going on the north side is having to build a 10,000-bed man camp to facilitate their construction workers having a place to stay. All the hotels, Airbnbs, a lot of houses. So we have housing concerns in this county. If all these things are starting to be built, where are these people that are coming in to build these going to stay? That's a big concern, because they have to have some place to stay. Traffic, we have to work with TxDOT, and the county's going to have to repave some roads. There's going to be damage to roads. TxDOT's going to have that. It all falls back into this county. We are in the middle of a lot of road projects that are going to be starting, and the traffic issues that we're going to face, similar to what Benbrook did several years ago, are going to be exacerbated by these large-scale projects coming in at the exact time that we're going to be doing our own infrastructure on our roadways. So, and 99% of all these major projects like this that come in always want a tax abatement. They want a tax abatement up front. Yes, they are, going to bring some money into the county in the form of taxes, but for a long time, counties, municipalities have used the tax abatements to entice some development and jobs and things like that to their communities. These are not going to bring large numbers of jobs. It's going to bring some tax money, but the benefits to this county are not going to be huge. The benefit to this county from these facilities is going to be some tax dollars. But when you take those tax dollars and you compare it to the things that's going to cost this county and its community, it's not worth spending that or giving them the tax abatements because of what is going to cost us. You know, progress is going to happen, and I'm not against progress, but we have to manage that and look at all the different things that could be occurring when we allow developments of any type to come into this county. Thank you, Brent.
The next speaker is Dave Eagle.
Hello, court. Hello, citizens of Hood County. I come here as a citizen today, and I have some comments to make about this past election. These comments segue into the way the county business may be conducted now and will be conducted in the future. A message was sent last Tuesday, not so much a message, but a referendum was issued, a mandate, so to speak. We have at least two factions who claim to represent the Republican Party in this county. Faction number one, we have a Republican Executive Committee made up of the county chair and 17 voting precinct chairs, all of them elected. This executive committee is organized by the Republican Party of Texas and is promulgated under certain Texas statutory provisions of the Texas Election Code. The vast majority of these precinct chairs, 14 out of 17 to be exact, stand for the following. They subscribe to the Republican platform of Texas. 2024 is the last one. They subscribe and understand the Republican Party of Texas rules. They participate in Republican events like raising funds for the Republican Party, going to conventions, voting on resolutions, and taking part in the building and maintenance of the Republican Party in general. They endeavor to advance the ideals and principles of the Republican Party. They get behind statewide Republican candidates as well as local Republican candidates. Candidates from this faction run their races based on Republican principles and ideas and on their own merit. Some just run on their record. Faction number two, we have another group in Hood County that call themselves United Group. This group was formed as a Texas nonprofit on September the 9th, 2025, barely 6 months old today. Their corporate charter states that their stated purpose, as filed with the Texas Secretary of State, is as follows: a local nonprofit political club. You will not find the word Republican anywhere in their charter. They do not subscribe to the Republican Party of Texas platform. They do not acknowledge the Republican Party Texas rules. They do not subscribe to the Republican Party of Texas legislative priorities. They are in no way
name is Dominique Inge. I'm a proud citizen of Hood County, at least as it has been. And I live at 207 South Brazos Street in Granbury, within the city limits, which is located 1.5 blocks southeast of the courthouse. And I wish to make a small diversion, with your indulgence, Judge Messengill, to state why I am wearing the colors black and yellow today. Because black is symbolic of mourning, and I am in mourning for the decisions of this court, the most recent decisions. Yellow, because I wish to offer cautions to be very careful about following the machinations of sailfish, their cunning machinations, and allowing them to penetrate this beautiful county and infect it with their sinister effects. I am vigorously opposed to any and all industrial entities such as sailfish or Pacifico, Marathon. They have very harmful effects to our citizens. And please disapprove any and all concept plans. They are not complete, and approving a concept plan, even conditionally, just opens the door to accept a site plan, and that would be irrevocable. Let us consider for just a moment the Sailfish Corporation and its name. Well named. In the natural world, sailfish are predators. They are known by marine biologists as wolves of the sea. They sail very fast, up to about 60 miles an hour. They corral their prey into a bait ball, and then the apex predator penetrates the bait ball and disperses the prey to the other fish. The sailfish is a beautiful animal, and it's no wonder the deep-sea fishermen wish to have them as trophy. But even deep-sea fishermen as large as refrigerators have to be strapped into a fighting chair to fight the sailfish, who is a vigorous and mean fighter. Once they're on the deck, they can still do very much harm. And that is what sailfish is trying to do. What they are proposing is a tactical annihilation of our county. These are people here. These are human beings. We have pled with you, and I regret to report that the word on the street is enormous dissatisfaction, enduring disenchantment with this court, and loss of faith in what you will do to approve their will, the will of the people. They have spoken very clearly, and your recent decisions apparently disregard what they are wanting. Do not now forsake us in our hour of need. I have a suggestion. This sword-rattling Senator Betancourt, if he wishes to rattle his sword, direct his energies to the TCEQ. If he wants to sue, let him sue the TCEQ. But I should suggest that he change his sword to a saber in order to penetrate the thick skin of TCEQ. And what needs to happen, if he's willing to do it, and unite with other legislators to dismantle the TCEQ totally and completely, demand that the governor reappoint new commissioners to the TCEQ. And there was one gentleman several meetings ago who made an excellent suggestion, in my opinion, to ask the governor to call a special session to discuss these issues in the legislature. And that way, perhaps they could come to an agreement to dismantle the TCEQ, who is a do-nothing agency. They do nothing, nothing, nothing. The people in that agency are paid by taxpayer money to do absolutely nothing and sit behind a desk and issue permits as though they were playing cards. Meanwhile, Sailfish, Pacifico, and others are deploying their minions to do harm to our county. Other people have already detailed the harm that will come, and it is profound. I might add one more word about TCEQ. Their letterhead, beneath their letterhead, just underneath, in italics, is their mission statement, allegedly their mission statement, and I quote, "Protecting Texas by reducing and preventing pollution." If it weren't so sad, it's laughable. Thank you for listening to my remarks.
I think it was a little longer than that, but yes, Your Honor. I've been with Mission Granbury for 6 years, and it's been the whole time I've been there. But you said it. That's perfect. That's exactly what I would ask for.
I move that we allow Mission Granbury and CASA of Hood, Somerville County to place CASA blue flags and blue and teal lights around the courthouse during the month of April in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month. Additionally, allow Paluxy River Child Advocacy Center to place 4 6-foot blue ribbons in the 4 corners of the square for the same period of time.
Blue ribbons like y'all always do around the courthouse. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We look forward to it. Okay. Item number 2, discuss and take appropriate action to allow Mission Granbury to display a 6-foot steel ribbon and a clothesline project from April 1, 2026 until April 30th, 2026 in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Again, Mr. Granbury did that. Y'all heard the proclamation. You want to come up here? We've been doing this for how many years?
I think like 4. I think this will be the 4th year, 3rd or 4th year. It's just a, T-shirts are created by survivors of sexual assault and displayed on the clothesline, and it just shows survivors they're not alone.
That's a good thing. It's a good thing. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we allow Mr. Granbury to display a 6-foot steel ribbon and clothesline project from April 7th, 2026 to April 30th, 2026 in recognition of Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson has made a motion to allow Mission Granbury to display the 6-foot teal ribbon and clothesline projects from April 1st to April the 30th in recognition of Sexual Assault Month. Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Look forward to it. Item number 3, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the City of Granbury event application allowing the use of the historic courthouse parking lot for vendor parking beginning at 9 a.m. on Friday, April the 24th through 9 p.m. Saturday, April the 25th for the Granbury Wine Celebration. This again is an event that we have allowed every year. Do I hear a motion?
Move to authorize the county judge to sign the City of Granbury event application allowing the use of the historical courthouse parking lot for vendor parking beginning 9 a.m. Friday, April 24th through 9 p.m. Saturday, April 25th for the Granbury Wine Celebration.
A motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to authorize the county judge to sign the City of Granbury event application to use the historic courthouse parking lot at those allotted times for the Granbury Wine Celebration, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries again unanimously. Thank you very much. Fourth item, discuss and take appropriate action to receive the plan of finance presentation for the county's review and approval of the timeline. Mr. Jim Sabonis.
Good morning.
Good
Judge,
morning, sir.
Commissioners, citizens of Hood County. I'm Jim Simonos with Hilltop Securities. I had a team of professionals that provide financial advisor services to the county. First of all, I want to congratulate you with a successful recent election. And I'm here to talk to you about moving forward with phase one of this project. And if you actually go to the next page, please. Very straightforward plan. We're going to fund two bonds. Phase one of the road project, which would be $30 million, and the full jail project fund of $24 million. There'll be each separate bond issues. The road projects are limited tax bonds. The jail project is limited to tax bonds, and very small differences that legislative authorization for those types of bonds. In a jail bond, the limit would be 1/4 of our taxable assessed value. Our tax assessed value is over $13 billion, has no implication to us, but they're titled based on what our legislative authority is. We're going to levy an INS ad valorem tax to pay these bonds back, and they'll be tax exempt. We're going to use 20-year amortization and pretty much a level amortization overall. Standard 10-year call, which is an equilibrium call. We'll have the ability to refund and pay off those bonds at the 10th year. I call that the equilibrium call because any earlier would actually impact our interest rate slightly. As we shorten the call feature, our interest rates would go up. And if you go longer than 10 years, it wouldn't have any impact on us. And my general belief is that we try to get the lowest interest rate possible, so we're going with the standard here. The county's been a AA+ rated entity. We are stronger in financial condition than we've ever been. We expect a strong confirmation of the AA+ rating, very positive rating report. The analysis I have here shows interest rates of February 12th. Since February 12th, rates have gone down a little bit. They've come up the last few days due to some of the recent international activities. But we're still, in today's market, actually slightly lower rates than what I'm showing here. But these are good for actually a demonstration. On the timing, right now our plan is that we would move forward and issue the debts through a competitive process on early August, and we close in September. The reason we do that is we kind of coordinate that with your budget process and the levy of your INS tax rate. We'll know exactly what your certified taxable assessed value is because that gets certified on July 25th. We'll be able to structure the bonds based on that value. And you'll actually be able to levy, issue the bonds and levy the tax as part of your budget process. We'll close in September 9th, approximately. The funds will be invested until they're drawn down. If you go to the next page, this kind of talks about where the market is right now. Right now, bonds are being sold at a premium, which means that investors, and our goal is always to sell your bonds to get the lowest principal and interest cost in it. And investors prefer premium bonds right now. So what would take place would be on the unlimited tax road bonds, we'd sell, we think, approximately $28.4 million of bonds. We actually receive a premium. The investors will pay a slightly more than the actual par amount of bonds. It'll have a slightly higher rate than what we call a current par bond. But the combined principal and interest of that bond would be less than if we sold a par bond. We'll actually fully fund a $30 million project fund after paying our cost of issuance. We're going to have a 20-year amortization, and our all-in true interest cost would be about 3.7%. $43 million total debt service repayment, about $2,100,000 on an annual basis. Simultaneously, we'll do the jail bonds. Again, they'll be sold at a premium, $22.8 million. We anticipate being sold. The premium of 1.6 will give us the total funds at closing of $24.4 million. We'll pay cost of issuance, and we'll actually fully fund the $24 million in the project fund. Again, 20 years amortization, similar interest cost of 3.79, 34 million total P&I, 1.7 million annual basis. So together we'll be selling about 51.2 million. Together with the premium and after paying cost of issuance, we'll be able to deposit the full $54 million into the project fund. The most important thing, and I think this is the thing I want to stress to people, is that the county's actually grown slightly faster over the last year than we anticipated. Our taxable assessed value is higher. Interest rates are lower than what we used for the analysis presented to the citizens at the time of the election. And currently, we believe that our current INS ad valorem tax rate of 2.699 cents will not have to go up. It'll stay the same going forward. So we actually showed a slight increase during the election and presented that to the citizens, but our assumption is based on the current market conditions, there'd be no increase. If you turn to the next page, there's detail of this. And a couple points I want to make here. This shows the amortization, and you're going to see that we're really moving to a level amortization after the second year, and that's important because I think that your road consultants think that this initial phase will be $30 million will be spent over 2 years, and that phase 2 would be coming in about 2 years. And when you look at the analysis, we have very moderate growth for 28 and 29, no growth thereafter. So we have no tax rate impact. We're not using any drawdowns in fund balance, and we're not actually using interest earned on your project fund to subsidize this transaction. We believe we'll be able to stay there, and this county is growing probably faster now than it's ever grown, which exceeds what we're showing taxable value. So I'm based on my knowledge of what's taking place. If we move forward in 2 years with phase 2 of another $30 million, we'll be able to absorb that without a tax rate increase in place. The time frame that we have, I indicated when we issue, but really it's going to be a 2-step process. Today we're making a presentation, and what our thought is, as you get deep into your budget process, sometime May, June timeframe, we'll actually come forward and give you an update. Similar to this, but we'll actually be using our current estimated taxable assessed value for the upcoming year, current interest rates, and we'll present this plan again and finally get your permission and direction to move forward with the bond funding. And at that time, we'll work with the county staff to prepare an offering memorandum. We'll engage the bond rating agency. We'll get our AA plus confirmed, and we'll set up a competitive process to have underwriters bid for our bonds with the suggestion that we'll award to the lowest bidder. And that would take place again in that August timeframe. And we have August 11th scheduled now, but when we look at that June timeframe, we'll know exactly as you come forward what your expectation is to set your budget and your ad valorem tax, and we'll match it up exactly with that. We'll close in the state of Texas. Our Attorney General's Municipal Bond Department reviews all actions related to the bond issue. He'll review the election proceedings themselves. And it takes about a month from the time we submit documents to we actually close, and we'll have the funds in September. In summary, right now, because of the county's rapid taxable assessed value growth, lower interest rates than we used in our analysis for the bond program, we anticipate no tax rate increase and not utilizing any excess INS fund balance or interest earnings on the construction fund, which will be there for you on any overages. We're reviewing the county's financial condition. It's never been stronger. We believe we're going to have very positive a AA plus confirmation. I believe, and I've mentioned to you, Judge and Commissioner, before, I think we should have a AAA rating when you looked at our rating previously, and I think it's going to reflect today, you have all the attributes of a AAA. When they look at the 6 different credit items, you'll be rated very strong, but for some reason, just the nature of how rating agencies are, counties, they're looking for AAA. They really, to me, unfortunately favor the very large issuers. I've gone through this year with a number of other similar credit quality where you actually can score individual components of AAA, but you end up with the AA+, just the nature of how the ratings are. But that AA+ will be very positive, and I'm looking forward to a very competitive sale. Right now, it's a unique time frame. From a money market position, we've had massive inflows into mutual bond, money market funds. I think that we've had over $3 billion since the beginning of the year flow into it, and there's a tremendous appetite. When we competitively bid these out, I expect numerous bids, very competitive process to get these in place. Ultimately, unless something drastically changes in our economy, I expect we'll meet or exceed this plan of finance going forward. It summarizes my comments. I'd answer any questions or provide additional information to the judge, you or the commissioners.
Auditor, do you have any questions? I know you work very closely with Mr. Simonis. Do you have anything to add? It's looking good.
Really good news. I mean, you were, the way that you presented it before the bond election was kind of worst case scenario, and we're not at worst case scenario. As you just mentioned, interest rates have come down, and our valuations have increased more than you anticipated.
And Commissioner, your commissioners, the judge, and the board, when we did the election, we expected to do better than we presented. The very worst case, we wanted to make sure that we had a covenant with our citizens that when they voted, they would have a program, no bait and switch. This is what's going to take place. And the actual numbers again show a much more favorable situation than what we indicated because of such conservative assumptions at that time.
Thank you. Is there any? What was that?
Approve the plan of finance presentation for the county and approval of the timeline presented.
I'll second that.
A motion made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the plan of finance presentation for the county's review and approval of the timeline, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further comment or question? That, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion approved unanimously.
Thank you,
Great
Judge.
job,
Sure.
Jim. Tell everybody at Hillside hello for us.
I will tell them hello. And also, Judge, your commissioners, and your staff did this was a very simple presentation, but we've spent hours and hours looking at analysis, trying to understand the marketplace, understanding different attributes of finance. I want the citizens to know this is simple, but it's thoroughly thought through. A lot of input from you elected officials and your staff, and I want to thank you and your staff for allowing us to be financial advisors and helping you with this.
Well, we've always had a good relationship between Hood County and y'all, so let's keep up the good work. Thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Great job. Okay. All right. The next item, discuss and take appropriate action to move telecommunications officer Terry Taffet from TCO 1 from $50,500 to no higher than TCO 1 year 6, $55,220, effective March 11th, 2026. This request is to allow for higher pay to be offered to applicant with telecommunicator experience. Budget to support the increase has been confirmed. Sheriff Deeds and Sean McGuire. Sean McGuire, tell us about this.
So she's already started. She's coming from New Orleans, Louisiana. She's got 6 years of experience. She was deputized down there, so she basically, down there, they deputize their dispatchers. So she's got TCOL experience based on their criteria. So
That's Napoleonic code, though.
Yeah,
We operate
it's-
different down here.
yes, yes. So she's working on Fireband. She's 2 weeks into it. So she's good to go so far.
Yeah, and this would be kind of automatic if she were transferring from another agency in Texas with TCOL experience, but since she's coming from Louisiana, it's a different situation, but it's still applicable experience in the field. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
One second. So we have March 11th on there. Talking with the treasurer, we want to go with March 9th?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yesterday.
No, that's all right. She caught me on that before
Yeah.
court, so.
I was trying to make it easy, but.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. So, all right, I'll make a motion to approve moving telecommunication officer Carrie Taffy from TCO 1, year 1 at $50,500 to TCO 1, year 6-7, which is $55,220, effective March 9th, 2026.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to move the telecommunication officer Terry Taff from TCO 1 to the appropriate steps to give her the raise. Second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further comment? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sheriff. Item number 6, the Commissioners Court will go into executive session in order to discuss matters related to security devices and our security audits pursuant to local government sections 551.076 and 551.089. The county judge may be authorized to sign an agreement and contract. We're going to save that till the very last item so we can move on and get this out. So the next item is item number 7, discuss and consider for approval payment of the January invoice for legal services with Bracewell LLP. Yes, ma'am. Okay. We do have one speaker on this, so let's go ahead and take the speaker first. Mr. Jim Bell.
Hello, I'm Jim Bell. I live in Water's Edge here in Granbury. Thank you for letting me have time to speak. I am now part of a team. One member of our team is currently watching live feed. Did you know they cut the mic on Dave Eagle when he started mentioning the UR?
The system was rebooted right there.
Huh?
The system went into its own little reboot.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
My bad.
You know what
Well, in the documents on demand, the invoice was a hyperlink. So I printed it out, took a look at it. At first, just an explanation of billable hours, pretty standard and stuff, but I noticed some things. Confer on tax rollbacks incentive structures. That was January 5th. On January 8th, incentives were mentioned again. Incentives for what? An abatement? I noticed on the 13th, participate in executive session, re-proposed amendment to regulations and sailfish application recommendation, participate in hearing on sailfish application, outline conditional acceptance. Now, I was here for that meeting. That executive session, they came back, no action was taken, so they were conferring during this executive session with the Commissioners Court on that. This happens to be the same date where the Commissioners Court first reviewed the Development Commission's recommendation for a moratorium. Then on the 20th, review client correspondence raise sailfish project, confer with Marathon's counsel on proposed moratorium. What in the world would Marathon's counsel have to do with the proposed moratorium? Again, more things to raise my eyebrows. On the 28th, review correspondence from Adam Freeman, review R. Hughes notes to same, review R. Hughes response to request for real property documents. See, things like this are what leads me to believe that Ryan Hughes is using back channels to communicate while these things are going on.
Well, I actually had the same question on January 5th, conference with Blakely Fernandez on tax rate setting, comment on memorandum of incentive considerations. I don't know what that was about, so I actually had it highlighted as well. I don't have a motion. No.
I think you have something on the agenda that's going to probably clear this up. I mean, we need to get a committee with talking to our attorney. Everything is not going to be listed on the detailed. Anybody in here that's had any dealings with an attorney knows that their billing is not setting out everything that they've done, and a lot of it is attorney-client privilege information that we do not want the other sides to hear about. So you got to take that into account too. So that's why we do go into executive session.
I would like to make a comment. As far as I know, there are absolutely no incentives or tax abatements being discussed at all. So there's no direction from this court on any tax abatements or incentives. I just wanted to clear that up. I don't know if this is some research and stuff going on there, but there are no tax incentive discussions going on, to my knowledge.
Well, I make a motion that we approve the January invoice of the legal service with Bracewell LLP. I'm sorry? To be paid from contingency, yes. Do I hear a second?
I asked, but nobody answered, so it's like, I don't know what this tax rollback incentive structure, when that.
Well, this is something I think that should take place between you and the representative of Racewell, not in a public deal. I mean, there's privileged communications that are involved here.
Did this work, so.
I'll second that, Judge.
Thank you. Motion made by the county judge to play Bracewell, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, this brings us to item number 8. Consider and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the MCA agreement Q414002035 for 2 jail nurse station cameras to be added to our existing $177 to be paid from Fund 55. Sheriff Deeds.
Judge, Commissioners, this is for better safety and security of the inmates and of the prescription drugs that we store back there in the back in the nurses station that's always locked unless there's a nurse in there. We've only got one in there now, one camera, and we needed to get a better camera and another one in the prescription room.
Yes, sir. Steve?
I've looked at the situation as well, Judge, and I think this is an absolute need. So we need to take care of it.
Necessary to get a new camera for the safety of everybody.
Absolutely.
It's a lot safer to have a camera than have a lawsuit, I can tell you that. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, I move that we authorize the county judge to sign the MCA agreement Q41400002035 for 2 jail nurse station cameras to be added to our existing maintenance agreement at the the cost of $3,700 to $77 from Fund 55.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion made by Commissioner Wilson to authorize the county judge to sign the MCA agreement for the camera at the nurse's station to add it to our existing maintenance agreement for being paid from Fund 55 at a cost of $3,777 to be paid from Fund 55, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Will this go into your, will there be ongoing maintenance that will be added to your next year's budget for this, or?
The cameras were added to the maintenance agreement. That's part of the agreement that the
So-
judge has to sign. Yes.
So in the next budget, this will be, won't be coming out of Fund 55, it'll be added to your budget?
That is correct.
Okay.
Any other comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Good work. Okay, item number 9, consider and take appropriate action to approve the jail addition schematic design documents for submission to the Jail Commission. Mr. Wayne. What's his last name? Good morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
You hear the good news from Jim Sabonis? Did you hear the good news from Jim Sabonis?
Yes, sir.
We're going to have money for it.
And for the record, Wayne Gondek, DRG Architects. And I did want to mention, as far as the funding of the project and schedule for our production of the design, is that we are tracking on the same schedule for to be able to develop the documents, develop the design, and to, as we bring on a construction manager at risk, to be able to have that guaranteed maximum price kind of put together, and at the same time that we're going to be funding the project and have funds available to begin construction there. Excuse me. So that does work very well as far as the timing of those funds being available and the completion of the design and the beginning of the construction. Today, what I wanted to bring forward to you is the schematic design documents. I believe that we did forward those through purchasing and make sure that everybody did receive those documents digitally. We have reviewed those with the sheriff and his staff and judge and commissioner. We have reviewed those, sitting down and going through with his staff, making sure that we do have those documents in line with the function and flow of the project as far as the operation of the facility. We did go back and look at some previous surveys that were done 10, 12 years ago and some previous documents to make sure that some of those building adjustments, some of the early conceptual designs, we took off of some very preliminary drawings that were done by another team that may not have been as tight or as accurate as we thought they were. So this drawing is a little bit more accurate, getting a little bit closer to the actual building out there. So we are presenting this to you today to accept this as a schematic design package, which really sets down the scope and nature of the project as far as the physical arrangement of the spaces, the size and capacity, and also the general construction of that. This is going to be a steel frame structure. It will have steel security ceilings and reinforced concrete masonry unit walls. The mechanical systems, the electrical systems, and everything, those building systems, we will be developing in more detail in the design development phase, which is that next phase that comes after this. What we're asking for today is the approval of these documents so that we can go forward and submit those formally to the Jail Commission as that first submittal to them. We have to submit documents to the Jail Commission at 3 phases: the schematic design, the design development, and construction documents phase, to get their comments from them and authorization to go into construction. At the schematic design review, they have about 30 days to review and comment on that. It doesn't hold us up, but they go through a formal process and then ask for a representative of the court, judge, usually you or one of the commissioners be involved in that, along with the sheriff, to receive those comments, and then the architect does respond to those comments prior to submitting the design development phase. It goes on like that until we get the final construction documents approved by them and begin construction. And then as far as the jail commission's involvement, then they don't look at anything until the project is completely constructed, and then they come back and do their occupancy inspection. So today, what we were asking for you to do is to approve the schematic design phase, or schematic design documents, authorize us to submit those to the Commission on Jail Standards, and then authorize us to proceed with the project. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, during our hearing on, or our interviews, I guess, on the owner's agent, we found out that Mr. Wood is no longer with the Jail Commission.
Yes, ma'am. He very quietly and quickly, he had been talking about, the possibility of when he would be retiring, but he did very quietly and quickly at the beginning of February. Actually, I think January 31st was his last day, or somewhere around there. So he did at the commission meeting. Ricky Armstrong was appointed as the interim director at this time. So he was previously the assistant director, and they moved him up to interim executive director. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ricky Armstrong has been overseeing the operations end of, he's over the inspectors, over the operational plans. Courtney Holm is over the planning and plan reviews for the jail commission. So they are both been elevated. He's been elevated to the director's position. She's been elevated to assistant director's position. So.
Okay.
I move that we approve the jail addition schematic design document for submission to the jail commission.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioners Wilson to approve the jail addition schematic design documents for submission to the Jail Commission, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Carry the ball for us down there. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Item number 10, public hearing to review and adopt changes to Section 1 Development Permit Regulations. We got a bunch of speakers on here. The first speaker, I don't know who this lady is, but it's Christine Leftwich here, the girl that handles everything here. Hey, Christine, you want to kick this thing off? You got everything set up?
Up on the board as soon as I sit back down. Okay, so the Development Commission met a few weeks ago, and so that first order that we have, this is to amend Article 5, Section 5.3 on general district standards. The underlined language is what is being added on that order. Under Local Government Code 231, Subchapter K, I think it's 231-223, the Commissioner's Court is allowed to regulate the percentage of a lot that may be developed. So that's coming straight out of the statute. And so what the Commission is proposing, we added a paragraph there. I'll go ahead and read it. It says, for all data centers, AI data centers, and cryptocurrency mining facility uses, a maximum of 10% of the parcel, tract, or lot shall be covered by buildings, structures, power plants, or wind turbines, inclusive of parking and other paved areas. So we're asking that when we're looking at industrial developments of this nature, that the percentage that can be developed on that is 10%. Now, to go along with that, because we're talking about AI data centers, cryptocurrency, we've added definitions. This will fall under Article 2, Section 2.2. So we've put in a definition for an AI data center, a center of at least 1,000 square feet of space in a single building or portion of buildings that houses the specific information technology infrastructure needed to train, deploy, and deliver artificial intelligence applications and services. It has advanced computing, networking, and storage capabilities to handle AI workloads. We've defined cryptocurrency mining facility at least 1,000 square feet in a single building or portion of buildings which contains at least 1,000 application-specific integrated circuits and graphic processing units dedicated to solving math equations to validate cryptocurrency and blockchain calculations. And then we added another definition. This is just for data center, at least 1,000 square feet of space in a single building or portion of buildings which contains computers, servers, supporting equipment, and other organized assembly of hardware or software that are designed to centralize the storage, management, or dissemination of data and information, environmentally controlled structures or facilities that provide the infrastructure for housing the equipment, such as raised flooring, electricity supply, communication and data lines, internet access, cooling, security, and fire suppression in any building housing the foregoing. So 3 very specific definitions to address the addition of AI data centers, cryptocurrency development on a piece of land, and to limit that to 10%. I have run this by the county attorney. I don't know if he's here, he wants to make a comment. But because that is approved in our statute that we're allowed to control that, we would ask that the court approve this particular order.
Okay, can I ask you a couple of questions at this point? It may be better to get this out now so we can have some discussions. One, the Bitcoin mining facility, I think what they have out there right now would miss this because it's 100 or 1,000 square feet in a single building. I would like to change that to a smaller number to make sure that a lot of these are basically single-wide containers, shipping containers, or what have you. And I think you're probably talking, I would rather change that to anything over 200 square feet.
Okay.
I think to make that significantly smaller so that counts those structures out there at Bitcoin right now.
Mm-hmm.
It would put them in that. I think they would miss in this particular thing. And then I think change a single building to a structure because a lot of those are they're containers, they're mobile. So would you be okay with
Do we
that?
have to do
change
it?
that to 200 square feet?
Do we need to make a motion to make that change, or?
I think it would just be a discussion at this point.
Okay.
Just suggestion if somebody came up with a different idea or something. I just wanted to get that out there too.
So on where it refers to 1,000 square feet on the definitions, you want to change that to 200 for all of them?
Is it? Okay. I mean, I'm fine with whatever we need to do to make sure that those don't slip through. So, 100.
Can you look at square footage?
Not in a hearing yet.
Not yet. Yeah,
No.
we're not.
We're taking the speakers as
Okay.
we got. But Matt, would you come up here and discuss these changes? I don't want, Matt Mills, not Matt Long. You just moving around?
Wait a minute, we're not in a public hearing, or we are? I'm confused.
We're not. We're just hearing.
I think we're there yet.
The speakers right now. Then we'll go into the public hearing.
I thought speakers were part of the public hearing.
Oh, right. Okay, what? Do you want me to just kind of give an overview of where I'm coming
Yes,
from?
just an overview about, because we
Right.
got some letters or some attorneys about making changes to these development rules. I would like for you to just give us a
Right.
30,000-foot overview
Right.
here before we.
Okay, well, I'll make 5 quick points. The first, as she mentioned, this is rooted in express authority in subchapter K, which makes it a whole lot better than the previous proposal. In my mind, it makes it more grounded in express authority and defendable in a lawsuit. The next question is the big one, which is the takings question. Is this considered a taking? Now, that gets into more gray area, and I'm not saying you're bulletproof if there's a takings litigation, but there's a lot of case law about, are there other viable economic options for somebody to develop property? And so if you say, okay, you can develop in 100 other ways, just come up with an idea, it's just these are the ones that are more or less regulated out of existence, I think you've got a decent chance there of surviving a takings claim, right? The next question, point number 3, is it an equal protection thing? Like, why are you picking on me, essentially, is the argument. But the courts are pretty lenient on regulatory bodies on that issue if you can form a rational basis for the regulation, and it's a pretty low bar to meet according to the case law, so I don't think you have an equal protection issue. The fourth point I want to make, the last moratorium proposal had a lot of collateral damage, if you will. I mean, everybody wants to get at data centers, but this was banning warehouses and things that I don't know that anybody in this room really cared about, but it covers all of this stuff. This is more narrow to hit what people are actually caring about. And then the fifth point, of course, is that a lot of people have spoken, well, 6 months is not enough, a year is not enough. Well, this would actually be permanent until either another commissioner's court changes their mind or if there's litigation that tells us otherwise. But so I think it's better, it's tailored to what people want to do. It's more rooted in express authority, which is a lot stronger. Again, I'm not saying you're bulletproof to litigation, but it's, to me, way stronger than the prior proposal to put us, where you want to go. So that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on with the next speaker then, or.
Thank Christian.
Yeah, you not finished? Okay.
We have 2 more orders. So that was the first one. So the second 2 orders deal with changes under Section 4.2 Concept Plan and Section 4.4 Site Development Plan. And so on those orders, what has been done is the provisions that were put in these conditional approval letters that we have issued, it's been taken out of the conditional approval letter and it has been put into the regulations. So we've added it under the checklist. The checklist under the concept plan had 20 items, and now we're adding additional checklist items to data centers, AI data centers, power plants, battery storage facilities, crypto mining facilities, and any other large industrial users as deemed appropriate by the Director of Development or the Commissioner's Court. And so then again, we took the language and the provisions that were in those conditional approval letters and have added it as an item 21 A through K in the order. Now, some of the ones that we added, in addition to the conditional approval letters, comes out of that special court meeting where we talked about the NFPA fire codes. And so we're not citing the fire code specifically, like a specific provision based on the suggestion by our fire marshal, but was just to put any state adopted fire codes. And so there would need to be compliance with that. We're also citing the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, and this is Government Code 2275. It's also Business and Commerce Code, Chapter 117. And this has to do with materials coming from those counties that have been designated by the governor: China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. And then we also added a paragraph regarding decommissioning. And so when these sites are down, there is, under the Utilities Code, Chapter 303, there's actually some standards in there on returning the land back to its regular use, even to the point of replacing soil that is same or similar on the site. And so we've added those three. And so in both orders, the language that's been added is identical. And so one is for the concept plan, one is for the site development plan. And again, that's coming out of the language of those conditional approval letters that we have sent out. So that was it.
Okay, before you leave, I've got a question. Okay, if you're going to go do that, I was going to ask if it would be okay if Steve ran your projector or whatever to put that on the screen, but if you're going over there. I did have a thought on this, and I just wanted to put this out here for discussion. If we got rid of the concept plan entirely, we get rid of the low bar vestment. You're going straight to the site development plan, and it has to be a completed, fully engineered, fully presented plan. The drawback to that is there's less warning with it. If they came in and just submitted a site development plan, that's on the shot clock. We have 30 days to discuss this thing. So there are pluses and minuses to this thing both ways. I think on the subdivision side, which we can deal with at another time, I think getting rid of the concept plan on the subdivision side would be a good thing. Just have a pre-development meeting, because basically you're just looking at where any, on the subdivision side, what that does is you come in there, you're looking, there's floodplain over here, there's a utility easement over here. These are the things to watch out for. Make sure you get with TxDOT for a road entrance, those kind of things. That's what the concept plan for the subdivision side is. And hearing from some of the subdivision people, it's a little bit burdensome to drag that process out for 30 days, but that's a separate issue. I would like to keep this in mind and just kind of consider it as we go through today, where we wanted to go with that. I did have one change in D, and this one's on the concept plan, but it's applicable to both of them. It asks for 7 copies. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the capital D. 4.2 concept plan, capital D. It's under the application. Yeah, up here it asks for 7 copies of the application. I think in the digital age, what we've done is gone to two hard copies of that and then a flattened PDF. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can do that.
Also, the public hearing notice requirements, that's not a statutory requirement. Not only would it save me money in my budget, but we wouldn't have to have special called hearings because of 15 days prior to the public hearing notice if we just did away with that statutory or that regulation.
So the notice requirement here is not statutorily required. And that's kind of put us in a pickle a couple of times with that 30-day. Oh.
But the notice is also in 231, where we have to do the 15 days for regulation changes. Yeah, it's in 231 as well.
Right, but not for the submittal of a concept plan.
One requirement for public hearing regulation change.
Do you have anything else, Christine? Okay.
Andrews does, but let's make sure we got this one first. You're saying that that this should read 2 hard copies and a flattened PDF of the application.
partially depending on how we do the changes here. On number 18, still with the concept plan order. Number 18 on that calls for a preliminary drainage study. And that's a very different thing from a comprehensive drainage study. And I think there's some confusion there because it does not ask for the comprehensive here, but in the site development plan, it does ask for the comprehensive and then references it back to the concept plan. So that's been a little bit squirrely. I'd rather, if we're going to continue with the concept plan, that needs to say comprehensive drainage study, not preliminary.
The thing to that is, unless they got full engineering and it's built out, that comprehensive drainage study is going to change from concept plan to site development plan because they don't have full engineering on a concept plan.
Well, and I think that's the question here is there a difference? Do we continue? The low bar to get vested in the regulations has caught us here. So we can fix that by taking out the concept plan. I don't know, would it make sense to make the concept plan and the site development plan the same thing? I don't know. That's a discussion we need to have. I don't know if I have a particular leaning either way on that right now. It's just something I wanted to throw out there for discussion. And then number 21, have we defined industrial anywhere?
Microphone, please. In that previous order, we added those type of facilities.
Yeah, we used the word industrial in there in this other order. I think that we need to make sure that we define it.
Okay.
I think it's in that.
So you want to add a definition for industrial to that? I'll add it to the other one under definitions. Okay.
Fine, if we can kind of find something there to put into that.
The language is defined in, we've got a definition for it in one of the prior documents. I didn't bring it with me.
We want to use that one. Okay. But it wasn't in here. Okay. All right. We have a definition that we worked on earlier that wasn't in this order that we can add. I mean, these aren't going to get finalized today, obviously, I guess.
Yeah, I think that we'll still have some work to do on them, but I do want to get it as all-encompassing as possible.
Sure.
And then on B, it mentions the secondary water quality district. I think that was removed by court in the past.
Yeah,
we don't have any regulations at all right now for a secondary water quality district. So we either need to give that some regulations or take it out.
So I did do some research on that. It was a mile up until 2014. And this court did an order on August 12th of 2014, where it went from a mile to a half mile for the lake and for the river. So I did find that order yesterday.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, I'd like to just strike out all secondary water.
Would you like the reason behind the change? I found out last night. The water study came in. They had scientific proof that the 1 mile was not needed because most of the fecal chloroform matter was from ducks and livestock.
I'm on B on the concept plan. About, I don't know, 2/3 of the way through. Just strike out that And then,
Do you want to strike 18 altogether on the preliminary drainage study? Can we do that? Since if we're going to add the comprehensive, or? Okay, we'll leave it then. I won't mess with it.
oh, I'm glad you said that. Okay, that something just clicked there. Okay, so right, okay. Gotcha, and that's only applicable to the additional stuff, 21 on, okay.
Where it is for what we're currently facing, or previously facing, and then special ones for these intense.
Gotcha, okay, that makes sense. And then in E, it says 8 approval criteria for concept plan. It's like the second sentence from the end of E on the concept plan. It says the 8 approval criteria for a concept plan.
Oh, okay.
Should that be 21 now?
Yeah,
or-
we'll change that.
Okay. Yeah, E. It's like the third sentence up, it says 8 there. And then, yeah, in that next sentence, provide a complete concept plan for each on-site gas turbine. And is that just because we've had some come to us that didn't have the turbines and stuff included?
Well, there's just not a lot of information on them.
Okay.
They're like little boxes on a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's, no, I was asking if that's what you were intending to correct there. Okay, and then on the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act,
Mm-hmm.
how do they achieve that? Can they give us a
materials list?
Yeah.
Matt and I have been working together, Matt Mills, the county attorney, on sending a letter to Apache Hill, which is the battery energy storage, asking for this information.
Would that be on a concept plan?
Well, it would be
Site development plan. That's,
have the information. So, I mean, I'd rather find out soon. They need to know that it's a requirement.
What happens if they submitted a variance to ERCOT or the Public Utility Commission and they're granted a variance? We can't override them.
I think we go ahead and do the public hearing. We've got some stuff on.
Okay.
Talk about and think about,
Absolutely.
and then we can kind of decide on that. And
Thank you. I'm finished.
Okay, now that she's finished with these development plan, at 10:49, we're going to adjourn into a public hearing, and I'll call the first speaker. So we are now in a public hearing, and the first speaker is Matt Long.
Well, Matt Mills echoed a lot of my thoughts here, so I'm going to skip down on a lot of this. And I agree, Kevin, with a lot of things that you brought up, that I think concept plan, for example, all those things can be cleared up through freeze and nickels. This was an attempt to get something on the books now to give us some protections moving forward. And my only thought with the way that 5.3F, well, first of all, 4.2D and 4.4C, I think they're very logical additions. We're basically already doing these things, and so we're just trying to get that papered up. 5.3F, like Matt Mills says, comes from our express authority in subchapter K. My only additional point would be if the argument is to be as strict as possible, we could even lower that 10% down to 5 or 1% and still be in line with subchapter K. So I think the wording is great. I think 10% may be too much. I think the bigger question is, as we move on, who are these regulations going to apply to when they're passed today? I do think we have the ability to pass these today if we get these edits in time.
Because I think there's four options. One, these new regulations can apply to all new projects, including, in addition to new projects, Comanche Circle, Project Spectrum, Fort Spunky, Project Red, Project Yellow, because we have 0 applications for permit. You guys know my view on that. Two, they could apply to all new projects plus projects that have been rejected. Their concept plans have been rejected. And we'll see what happens on the next agenda item. And then 3, it could apply to all new projects plus projects that have been rejected plus projects with expired concept plans. And then 4, which would be my least favorite, is that they only apply to new projects that come in from here. Because what I think is potentially going to happen, or could happen, is that we're going to take 4.2D and 4.4C and try to apply those to all projects that are currently submitted. But 5.3F, we're going to probably potentially say that that can only apply to new projects. And so I think in order to keep everything in line, we should make all new regulations apply to all projects across the board, including the projects mentioned previously, because according to the state, like I've said before, the day one of creation for vested rights is an application for permit. Concept plans do not exist in the Chapter 245 creation account. They exist outside of time, and in my opinion, they do not apply. And it's a process that we've voluntarily added in Hood County, and again, does not exist in 245. So to tie vested rights, which are unconditional and absolute, to concept plans, which are not unconditional, because we can apply conditions to them, and are not absolute, because they have expiration dates, I'm not even sure we can get into an argument over law, because I feel like it defies logic. But we actually have the ability today to end this entire thing right now without a moratorium. We can vote to reduce the buildable area down to 10 or 5% or 1%, and then we can state that it applies to all projects that have not submitted an application for permit. And that wording is key. Because how many applications for permit do we have? 0. And I believe that's in line with our permit regulations. I believe that's in line with Chapter 245, the specific wording of 245. And that is in line with the powers expressly granted through 231 subchapter K. And one quick comment beyond that, I'm set to speak on the next agenda item. I still have 2 minutes and I have a meeting. But on the Pacifico concept plan, I believe we should reject that because the water that they've proposed cannot exist in real life. I think that's grounds for rejection. And then also, on a technicality, our regulations say it should be submitted on 22 by 34 paper, and they submitted on 24 by 36. I understand that's nitpicky, but I think the point that we're looking for is a rejection based on the letter of the law. And so that's it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Harrell.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this important issue. Before I get started, I'm going to change up what I was going to say a little bit. I do want to acknowledge the great work that has been done by Chair Leftwich and the entire Development Commission in this arena. Mr. Long mentioned that there's something here that is nitpicky. I'm going to encourage you as a Commissioner's Court to utilize every tool available to you, even if you consider it nitpicky, to get these regulations in place and get them in place today. Time is absolutely of the essence. One of the things that has been going on in our community is that our community has been literally divided by this issue, as you well know. And it's unfortunate, but it's a result and a function of a quote that I'll give you from G.K. Chesterton, the British philosopher and writer. He said that the way to love anything is to realize that it may be lost. The way to love anything is to realize that it may be lost. And I think that our community is coming together, recognizing that these data centers have the potential to cause the loss of the heritage and the way of life of Hood County. And because of that, the level of love for Hood County has increased among the people around here. And so this is a highly charged emotional issue. Today would be the great day to put it away by adopting these regulations. As you move forward, I would ask that you make these regulations as tight as you can make them, as watertight as you can make them, so that as they are challenged by these developers, we can stand back and say, okay, let's let the courts decide if that's what it comes to. One of the things that I do want to say is that these developers are backed by people like Sam Altman, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos. You know these names. These are big names, and the developers are working at their behest and at their direction in a lot of cases. Why are they here in Hood County? Hood County is a place of beauty, and so these folks don't care about the people of Hood County. As a matter of fact, they don't care about the people of Texas one iota. You know, Texas, we as Texans, we're a unique breed. We have learned to live alongside pump jacks, and we've learned to live alongside oil refineries, and we've learned to live in the northeast portion of the state alongside coal mines. We live alongside those things, and we've accepted that. Why have we accepted that? Because we know that those kind of activities produce the employment for the people of Texas. These data centers are not that. These data centers are absolutely not that. This is a completely different animal. Matter of fact, I want to give you a quote from Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI. This will help you understand the way that these people think about we, the people of Texas. This is Sam Altman speaking at an OpenAI conference in India just a few weeks ago. I'm going to quote him. He says, he started complaining about the negativity around AI, highlighting how much energy we humans use. This is what he said. One of the things that is always unfair in this comparison is people talk about how much energy it takes to train an AI model. Then he goes on to say, but it takes a lot of energy to train a human. It takes 20 years of life and all the food you eat before that time, before you get smart. This is how Sam Altman looks at human beings. These are the people that are behind these projects. Texas needs to be for Texans. Take that into consideration as you move forward. Please get these things adopted. Let's get on with it. Let's move forward. Let us, as Hood County people, love our county. Thank you.
Bob Slater. Pass. Okay. Michael Bass. Okay. John Highsmith.
Good morning. I'm John Highsmith, live in Pecan Plantation, and I'd like to speak about changes to Section 1 Development Permit Regulations. And I want to get into kind of the weeds on this thing. My comments are about protecting our water from waste generated by large industrial facilities. But let's look briefly at our water situation, which we've had a lot of discussion about this. But one of the things that we have not really hit on that much is the need to prevent contamination of the water, okay? So my observation is that we really have no conception of industrial facilities, since we've not really had any here, and the potential for water contamination. And the term data center, for example, misleads people into thinking that there is no pollution. That's simply not true. And there are simple things that can be done, but we need to put it into our regulations and be specific on what we want. And it takes a new mindset. So, for example, I'd like to see the turbines, generators, and BESS equipment, anything that can drip, hydrocarbons, blow seals, leak, rupture, catch fire, et cetera, be on concrete and be surrounded within concrete dikes. These areas can be pumped to another concrete dike containment area, and the liquid in the containment dike will then be tested for BOD, biological oxygen demand, COD, chemical oxygen demand, and oil and grease. And these are very, very inexpensive tests. So if it then passes these tests, it can be released. But our concern is what happens if it doesn't pass these tests? Well, then it would need to be picked up by a vacuum truck and taken to a treatment facility. So the need for these precautions is to prevent hydrocarbon contaminants seeping into groundwater or running off into the Brazos River and or wetlands. And then let's look what happens if a BESS system catches fire, because they've been known to do so. Even if the fire suppression system kicks in, you will have fire retardant, water, heavy metals escaping into the environment. So unless we insist upon concrete containment, that's just what's going to happen. So hopefully we are realizing contamination of our water will not be allowed, and it typically has been ignored. I know the developers will howl that TCEQ does not require these precautions, but I give TCEQ an F on protecting our health. So, and the cost of these containment systems is minuscule when compared to the cost of a data center and associated electricity generation facilities. My thought is we are moving from a time of most likely it'll be okay to the stakes are too high model. This is really a question of managing a risk. So just like the nuke plant near Glen Rose, they have two things, redundancy and the Nuclear Commission inspectors. I'm sure it was argued that those weren't necessary long ago. But would we want any of those things taken away today? No, we would not. So I raise this issue now because this is the time to get it right and be very specific as to what we're wanting. I think one of the issues, what we've been up against is if we don't have it very, very specific, it's nebulous that can be looked at too many different ways. Thank you.
What were you said the BESS systems?
The BESS systems, turbines, generators, anything that can drip hydrocarbons, because we may have something come in that we haven't seen before. But it needs to be on concrete containment, because right now they're just going to put these things on gravel. And if they have a blowout, guess what? That's going right into the soil. And that's a major concern I've got. And I have this concern because I was in Houston. I was involved in that industry. And this is standard procedure in the Houston area for most of the plants in Houston. And that means if it rains in those containment areas, that's going to get tested. And if it does not pass the test, it gets hauled off and treated properly.
Do we have that as an edit to what we're doing today, or is that something that should be included with the bigger review that? That's what that might be something that the law firm and the engineering firm should look at.
Right. I'm not sure exactly where it goes, really. But what I'm saying is I want to be much more specific and not just the general statements.
Mm-hmm. I think we would need so we've hired an attorney and an engineering, hope to be hiring an engineering firm when they give us their statement of
That'd
work.
be a great one for them.
That would be something that they would need to look at if there's a statute that allows us to do that. Or if it's part of subchapter K, it would,
I think it'd probably be more under subchapter K would be my thought.
okay, yeah. It could be part of protecting the watershed, but I think that we'd need Borges and Bruce out there.
The next speaker is Brian Crawford.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for the time this morning. I appreciate it very much. Just jumping ahead real quickly to the next agenda item, just for the second time, as for Fort Spunky, I would ask this court to deny the Pacifico Fort Spunky concept plan due to the lack of defined and secure water source. Now for this agenda item, I ask this court to fully implement the new development regulations that were set forth today and apply them to all projects not vested via the application permit process. If you're really serious about protecting our community from this scourge and preventing our community from becoming and being transformed from a peaceful, safe, healthy home for residents and a vacation destination for families from around the state, the country, and even the world, you will implement these regulations. Otherwise, this community will be transformed from a comfortable home and a treasured destination to a sacrificial zone that is ugly and irreversible. There ain't enough lipstick to turn this pig into something other than a pig.
Andy Walford. Andy. Okay. Donna Kelleher. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge Massengill, and citizens of Hood County. Hi, Ms. Leftwich. This is your day because you have the Development Committee. Congratulations. So let's look at 5.3F real quick, where we were talking about the 1% going from 10% to 1%. I'd fully support going to the 1%, such as suggested by Mr. Long. I also think that the first paragraph where we say for all non-residential uses and multifamily uses, a maximum of 50% of the parcel, tract, or lot shall be covered by buildings or structures exclusive of parking and other paved areas. I think we're in conflict because you have the non-residential use, and I think that that 50% should be dropped down. You know, if we're going to have a rural character to our community, 50% is a lot in non-residential use. So, you know, that implies that you get some sort of a big box retailer and it's all just concrete and they've just scraped the land. So we might as well lower that also to preserve the rural character of the county. On the next page, section 1, article 2, where we're talking about at least 1,000 square feet in a single building or portion of a building. Mr. Andrews wants 200 square foot, which would allow us containers. We don't want containers. Containers are modular, transportable, temporary units that can be parked on a gravel pad. You don't want that. Somebody already suggested we get a concrete foundation and a berm, you know, for containment. So I like the 1,000 square foot building much better than any type of lowering of the standard, which is an enabler for a crypto mine, which is loud, noisy, and not really a great neighbor. Okay, so now I'm going to 4.2. And these are just suggestions. If they can be incorporated easily and modified now, that would be great. If not, we can do it on the next round. Okay, so I have to acknowledge and thank the McHughes who have had a career in development regulations, who helped proofread this with me this morning since we had to print it last night. So going through 4.2D, item number 9, we can just add a proposed reservations or dedications on-site or off-site of public facilities. Just add the on-site or off-site. Okay, 15, we want existing and proposed transportation facilities. And the purpose here is to clarify and to consider the highest amount of traffic that's going to be used throughout the project life. Okay?
Which one was the last one you mentioned?
That was number 15.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things about number 21 with that word industrial that Mr. Andrews mentioned is it does open the door for other industrial uses. So I don't know how we can work on that. I'm just pointing that out. So the comprehensive drainage plan, we're doing fine on that, except that, you know, we could mention that it could protect the watershed. And one of the other things too about these comprehensive drainage facilities, when you're talking about these giant sites, you have to also mention health and safety, because little kids can get in those drainage facilities, and if they don't have the proper fencing or barriers, you know, you don't want to have a problem with kids that are playing in there and then there's a flash flood. So there's that. Okay, item K on the decommissioning. This one's pretty big. We really need a bonding requirement because you have these LLCs and they're pretty flimsy forms of organization. They're going to change hands. They're going to sell their entitlement to whatever they get approved. And we need a bonding requirement for the project so that it runs with the life of the project, that no matter what, there's always a bond in place to clean this up. Okay, and in there, we need to define the life of the project. We know that an AWS lease, based upon other information that we've received, is 20 years, okay? 20 years is not very long in the life of a project. If you were doing a building for a large Fortune 500 corporation, it would be a 40-year life. So a 20-year life is nothing, and we need a way to clean this mess up. So a bonding requirement, please. And the bond should be verifiable. There's a lot of fraud in the bond industry. Okay, 4.4C. I'm just moving right along because I only have 5 minutes. Okay, let's see. All right, so we talked about the drainage and flood control facilities and providing for health and safety. On number 17, A and B, I was wondering if number 4 should come ahead of number 3. Just because I don't know if there's an order of importance there. If not, just, you know, forget that I said it. I want to point out that the Brazos River Authority regulations are based on the state of Texas. State of Texas owns all of the riverbed and the Clean Water Act. So if you look at the BRA, you're just looking at the Clean Water Act. So I just want everyone to be aware of that. On F, we can cite the NFPA again, the Texas NFPA. And here's my favorite part on G. Protection of the physical environment. So we did pretty well here, okay? And we're talking about compliance with requirements of all TCEQ and EPA permits and requirements, including air quality permitting. Any known endangered species on the project site are affected by the project plans. I would like to expand that to say any threatened or vulnerable and endangered species, and those protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and the Bald Eagle Protection Act. The reason you want the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is because any bird that's nesting cannot be disturbed, and that opens us up. It opens up Hood County to every species that migrates through that nests here. Right now, we have birds arriving every day that will nest here that are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Okay, so Clean Water Act can also be mentioned in that section. So in the last section, we have a plan to mitigate light impacts on wildlife in the area, and I would like to say, and traversing migrating species. So we have migrating species that are going to be affected by the light, and everybody knows we're in the Central Flyway, and we have 600 species that use the flyway and fly over Hood County. We can have millions and millions of birds flying overhead every night. Okay, so section H, you've got the word industrial use. I would suggest you strike industrial and use other. Commercial, you know, you could put commercial there, but you know, that's acceptable. You know, anybody could come in under that category for us. And again, in that H, section 6, projected noise levels from the project's facilities and any plan to mitigate noise impacts on adjacent land uses and all wildlife, because nesting birds are affected by noise. In fact, they'll avoid the area altogether. On the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, I think that's good. I think that Governor Abbott has also signed legislation about land ownership in Texas, banning and prohibiting it from foreign entities, certain ones that are on the bad list. And we don't know who owns these LLCs, and you might want to request a member roster and everyone that's getting a K-1 form off of an LLC as part of this to verify that it's not Chinese investors, et cetera. Okay, last thing, decommissioning. We need a bond, an insurance bond to run with the life of the property. If the property changes hands, if they sell, if they have a new lease, we need a bond, because that 20 years just isn't long enough for me to feel comfortable with that type of development. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And thank you very much. I hope you pass this. I hope we can get just a lot. This is a very good step forward, and I want to thank you. And I hope that Friesen Nichols is able to expand upon this as well. Thank you.
Since we're still in a public hearing, is there anyone else that wishes to make a comment?
Don Faber, are you in the room still? Do you want to mention your comment? Yeah. Did I mispronounce your last name? Faber?
So I am
soon as I said
Dan
it.
Faber, 2560 Meadowwood Road, 30-year resident, and my page of the concept plan, there's a paragraph in there saying that if it involves a power generating plant with gas turbine or battery electric storage system, then it requires a complete project plan. And my question was, but that seems narrow, gas turbine and BESS system. What about a small modular nuclear reactor, which really pairs well with the data center? Just, you may want to consider adding that into that paragraph. And Councilman Samuelson has the paragraph information that I passed forward to him.
Yeah, she said, he said it was 4.4C, paragraph 17C.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You come on up to the microphone so we can state your name and address.
Paul Duarte, I live at the Plantation, and I have a little bit of concern with the language of specifically identifying AI data centers and cryptocurrency. A data center is a data center. It's computing resources, networking, and storage. My concern is that we are leaving a loophole for somebody to identify a data center as a R&D facility or a game facility and take advantage of that. That's my comment.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Samuelson, this is your agenda item.
So is there anyone that, are we out of public hearing or? Okay.
Anybody else, you want to go out of it? We can. All right, at 11:20. State your name and address.
Joanne Carcamo, 1151 County Road, 1009, Bluffdale. I guess for you, Nanette, just some clarification. Can these still be voted on today, or will they have to be tabled to be, I guess, edited and then put back on the agenda?
We can adopt with amendments.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
You just have to be really clear. Which is,
Okay,
we
so
just
at
have-
this time at 11:20, we are convening back into Commissioners Court. So, yeah.
so we need to be very clear about which amendments are going to be made a motion for today and to be included in what gets adopted today. So what I have here on the first one, which is the Section 5, Article 5, Section 5.3, if you want to go to that one. What I heard today is just, unless you have a definition for what industrial projects are that we can add right now, I think the only thing that we were discussing was the second, a definition, cryptocurrency mining facility, to change that definition. So let's discuss what that definition needs to be. Someone mentioned modular portable containers, or we need to define the size.
Yeah, I was saying, well, let's go with 100 square feet. And just call that a structure. Would a container fall under a construction, or I mean, a structure?
Is that
If
1,000
not, we
square
could
foot
specifically-
plus 100 square foot portable or a modular? Or just do away with 1,000 square foot at all?
Do away with the 1,000 square foot.
Scratch that and put 100 square foot to make sure that we're in there.
How would you suggest, Clint, that it be worded?
Well, people spend their whole career figuring out how to skate around rules. So if you leave the door open and say it's a single building, they're going to think it's real property instead of a portable building.
That's what I was saying, change it to structure. Should we put structure, modular building, or container? I mean, how do we make?
I would just say single building, structure, or modular container. All three just to cover your bases.
So,
Thank you.
so 100 square feet in a, say it again, please, Clint.
Can you modify that on the screen while we're talking about it, Christine? Is that possible? Okay.
That'd be great. So we all see it. Yeah, portable container.
I do have our original definition of industrial here, if you want to hear it.
We'll wait until she.
Sure.
says. Thank you. Mhm. Or can, I don't know about facility. I don't know about facility. That's a kind of a not very defined word.
I would suggest unit for facility.
Not
Portable, unit. No, take facility out, just call it a unit.
Unit.
Unit, U-N-I-T.
Should you take the comma out after modular, meaning a modular unit or a portable unit? Be a two. Well, but I think you're saying it's a modular or portable unit. I don't know, that may not matter at all, but. Where's the grammar Nazi in the back? Yeah.
Our Eagle is a grammar expert over there too. Does there need to be a comma or not?
Or, after modular? It's yeah, that's good.
Yeah, just and or be.
Take that comma out after modular.
Okay, and then you had a definition for industrial?
Yes, this is the definition we had at the Development Commission meeting, and it is.
Wait, let her get.
Oh, sorry. Buildings involved in the manufacturing, comma, processing, comma, this is a high pressure job. Processing, comma, assembling, comma, assembling, comma, fabricating, comma, warehousing, comma, distribution of goods, or the use of machinery for producing tangible personal property.
That need to go under 2.2 definitions. Well, this is section 1. This is section 2.2, Article 2. Article 2, section 2.2 definition. Okay, all right, that is where, okay, sorry. I was thinking that was under F. F.
Mike Hustak, I live in Pecan. The one thing with this definition, it says machinery for producing tangible property. AI data centers don't produce tangible property. Could you put for producing tangible or intangible personal property to cover the whole thing?
Yeah, that's covered in a separate definition. The industrial does not include the AIs, the data center, or the Bitcoin mines. So it's a separate definition from those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And so where this is key is in the next order in 21, it's talking about concept plans, and it says additional concept plan checklist items related to data centers, AI centers, power plants, battery storage facilities, crypto mining facilities, and any other large industrial user as deemed appropriate by the Director of Development or the Commissioner's Court. So that could be at the discretion of the Director of Development if it's a small machine shop, it wouldn't, you wouldn't require this, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
On the square footage, are we only changing it to 100 on the crypto mining facility and leaving it at 1,000 on the others?
I think it says at your discretion. Is it? It's all the things that are, all of these things. If it's in a water quality district, if it's in a rural land district, so those things would still need to be in one of those districts for these things to apply. So I mean, if ask the Development Commission if that's what you meant, or do we need to? The other option is to take out large industrial users in this other section and not define industrial at this time.
Do we want to put a different square footage on large industrial users? Say 10,000 square feet and larger. That way you're still, small machine shop isn't going to fall under those parameters.
Matt, do you have a suggestion?
I think the goal is to get something on the books today, and I think we can constantly think of ways to shoot holes in this, but I think, and this is kind of the thought we had as the Development Commission when we started developing some of these, was Freeze and Nichols is going to come in and really hold our hand as we make these things bulletproof and make sure there's not contradictions and things like that. But the idea was, let's get something going to protect the watershed, and that's what the attempt is here. And we also got bogged down in definitions because it's very difficult. We've been tasked with the job of, in this case, trying to project into the future of what's coming next, which obviously we didn't know. And so I think we can align with this, and as the role of the Development Commission, along with potentially Freeze and Nichols, would be to, align everything.
I think that the concern here is I think that if we put that 10,000 square feet in there, then if there is something small that comes in, we're not burdened with
True.
having to stop and look at every single one of these.
I think that's fine, because it really wouldn't it wouldn't go against anything that we're trying to accomplish today. So I think that would be fine. But also, I think we're looking at probably a 6 to 8 month window of time before these get completely redone in a great way. And I'm not saying this isn't great, but it's a bit of a Band-Aid right now so that we can protect ourselves. And I wouldn't disagree with that.
Okay, so can we add on the industrial at least 10,000 square feet?
I think that'd be fine.
And does the definition need to be large industrial user instead of just industrial? Because that's what it talks about. Or is it just industrial?
I think you could call it large industrial user.
Well, it's listed as industrial in there in a couple of places. I think this is more, and there's always variance method if we need to.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Just.
Would that help? Okay.
You mean industrial and then in parentheses, use?
Yeah, and I think that I had a George Patton quote specific for this, and he said, "A good plan violently executed today is far and away better than a perfect plan tomorrow." And I think that's what we're going for here, is a good plan executed violently today. So. We want to take these section by section.
We can, no, I think we should do order by order. Is that what the clerk would prefer? So I move that we adopt the revisions to Section 1, Article 2. Sorry.
Not on this order. Okay.
Section 1, Development Permit Regulations, Section 1, Article 5, Section 5.3, as presented here. So,
By Commissioner Samuelson to adopt changes to Section 1, Development Permit Regulations, Article 5 and 5.03. Anything else?
Section 1, Article 2, Section 2.2.
Got those? Okay.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, that brings us to Article 11, discuss and take appropriate action.
No, we still have 2 more orders.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, you will make the motion?
I'll wait for Christine to, so there was a amendment on D where it says, oh, you passed it, up, right at the beginning. Right here, in this big paragraph right there.
Hard copies. And a flattened PDF.
And just to clarify, the 22 by 34 is talking about, there's no plotter paper that comes in a 22-inch size. That's 24 by 36-inch paper with a 1-inch border, so the print is 22 by 34.
So we don't need to change that 22 by 34?
Might change it, just means, because it does say sheet size, it's kind of misleading, but you cannot buy a 22-inch wide paper. It comes in 24, 36, it comes in increments of 12.
Well, it says, what size does it come in? 24 by?
Comes in 18 by 24, 24 by 36, 36 by 48.
So 24 by 36 is what
Yes.
that should say.
Or do you just say a scale drawing of 22 by 34?
Well, it just says on the sheet size, that's why it's it's kind of that.
I mean, whatever makes sense to the people that are going to turn this in. I just want it to be clear to the people that are turning it in.
I've always
what
wondered
they-
why it was on there.
What's that?
I've always wondered why it said 22 by 34, because it's not a sheet size.
So you would rather it say 24 by 36? And leave
If it's
the
going to
sheet-
say sheet size, yes, 24 by 36. If you're going to say print, then it would be 22 by 34.
And that makes sense to the people that'll be turning these in, engineers.
And we don't want no 36 by 48s.
If y'all ever want to go to Austin and watch a committee hearings, you're getting a shot at that right now.
How the sausage is made. Did you have a change on 18, or are you going to leave it?
On down the page there in little b, 21 B.
Which one? B?
Right there, right there.
It mentions the secondary water quality district. Down a little. Right here, yeah. I think we need to take out, just take out the comma through secondary water quality district boundaries. So just on the map as noted on development district. Actually, probably take on the project map through all secondary, because that makes more sense. Provide the water quality district boundaries as noted on the development district map.
I have asked Tignall to update that map, to give me a price on it, but they haven't got back with me.
So it'll say, provide the water quality district boundaries as noted on the development district map. Is how the sentence reads now. Okay.
And then on E, that's the one that has 8 approval criteria. Third line up from the bottom. E. Right there. Take that number out.
I don't even, yeah. I don't,
Yeah, that would be fine with me.
just
No
what?
number there at all. Just a-
Including the approval criteria, yeah.
That last one, or I'm gonna leave that in the concept plan
Which one?
for the list of all the parts, because that's like a site development plan for the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act. I don't know what we're gonna do with that, the list of all the parts in it. Yeah.
Well, I think that it's from the,
That's gonna be, I mean, can we just request a document from the state that says they are in compliance with that?
okay, and then have this list on the site development plan.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, this is, on a concept plan, this is really to make sure that whoever's building realizes if they're going to be connected to the grid, that there's going to be more that they need to know that this.
You
Lone
could
Star
require it as a note, like a certification on the plans that those are required,
Well, that's a good idea. So just,
because then you have it to fall back on. You say, well, we approve this, and y'all stamp these plans that
Yeah.
said y'all would do
it
this.
says provide a letter of assurance that no remote or direct materials and components, blah, blah, blah. And then after that, instead of saying also provided, just say as stamped on your,
Provide certification on
Yes. Provide certification on the concept plan. I'm sorry. Well, no, this is on the, you want it on the side. Well, you just wanted acknowledgement on the concept plan that this statute would be followed. On the concept plan. Yeah, just, right. So provide certification on the concept plan of compliance with, yep, I think that's good. Is that good?
Practicable. Okay, provide certification on the concept plan that project will be in compliance with that. Okay.
With? Oh, okay. There we go. You're right. Okay, there we go. All right, is that it?
Let's leave it in there. If that, works out where we can't have that.
All right. So with that, I move to accept the changes to the development regulations. Sorry, what?
The only thing we're allowed to do a bond on is if they're building a public street. We can't even do it on a private street, so we can't do it on a driveway.
That's required by that state law. All right, with that, I move that we adopt the development permit regulations, Section 1, development permit regulations, Section 4.2, concept plan with the noted amendments.
Made by Commissioner Samuelson to adopt the Section 1, 4.2 concept plans. Second by
I'll second that.
Come on up, please. Let's, so we can speak into the microphone.
On G, there should be a reference to migrating species under the Migratory Bird Treaty. You don't have to specify the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, but on the last sentence, next to the last sentence on 6, projected light emissions from the project's facilities and any plan to mitigate light impacts on wildlife, including migrating species in the area. If you would, please. And on number 6, projected noise and light levels.
Migratory species?
Including migrating species. And wildlife in the area.
It says that there.
Yeah. Do you want me to come over there, Christine?
No, I mean, it says on wildlife in the area, including migrating species.
Okay, so on wildlife and migrating species in the area. Because we get a lot of overnight visitors. They migrate and they usually land at about an hour before sunrise.
She's saying move the 3 words in the area over after species.
Including migrating species. So do you want me to read the whole sentence to you? projected light emissions from the project's facilities and any plan to mitigate light impacts on wildlife and migrating species in the area. Perfect, thank you. And then up there on 6, it says projected noise and light levels. We should say projected noise and light. It's still on G. G number 6, sentence 6.
Yeah, light and noise, so
Yeah.
just right there.
Light and noise. On any plan to mitigate noise impacts on the wildlife and migrating species in the area. Because their noise can be a real deterrent.
Yeah.
It could. Are there 2 number 6s? There are. It's really just one sentence. Okay, thank you for considering me.
So I will withdraw my prior motion and move to adopt the changes to the development permit regulations, section 4.2 concept plan as amended.
You got that, Christine? Okay. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Measure passes unanimously.
One more, yeah, site development plan. But I think it's basically the same changes, so we'll let her get there. They're almost the same, but let's go ahead and. So the size, there's not a number on this one. So the paper size there, the sheet size, can change that to, what is it, 24?
And then you also need to add, because it doesn't even give a requirement on how many copies, what's it? Supplied by the Director of Development, supplied by the county. After that sentence, after development, say 2 copies, 2 hard copies of the site development plan and application shall be submitted, or 2 hard copies and a flattened PDF shall be submitted.
Where's that?
Right after, or before the proposed site development plan. After the Director of Development, that's where it is on the concept.
On the 3rd line, right there, right there.
Mm-hmm. 2 copies, 2 hard copies.
Buy 2 hard copies?
Mm-hmm. And a flattened PDF shall be submitted, or provides the same thing, yeah.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Of the site development plan.
Proposed site development plan? Should it say proposed site development plan?
Yeah.
In the red where you just, would you add the word
Proposed is
proposed?
good.
Yes. Okay. Is there anything else? Yes.
That's fine. Yep, right there. Mhm.
On this one, should it say provide a site development plan for each on-site gas turbine instead of concept?
Site development plan for the on-site gas turbines?
Because we're past
That
concept
has-
on this one, right?
Site development plan. No, that's
No.
referencing the concept plan.
That's a continuation.
Yeah.
Site development plan. Yeah, take out the red plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I see.
That's all right. And then do we? Should we put power generation in there, not just gas turbines, but if they're SMRs or
if they're
whatever generators?
Or if they're Hobarts?
Do I?
What if they're the Hobarts?
Oh. Yeah. I would just put power generation facilities and battery energy storage facilities. Yeah, strike out gas turbines and put power generation. I think that's, yeah.
Instead of just saying power generation, all power generation, because they are considering that as being their primary, but we want to cover the backup generators also, we would better say all power generation.
Yeah, I think that's what we did.
Of each. At a complete site development plan for each of the,
I just put all in front of the red power generation facilities.
Well, let's see, read the sentence. Provide a complete site development plan for all, I think just scratch out all, now put all power generation facilities.
Or all, so strike each of the on-site? Like that?
May I suggest all power generation facilities, including backup power and battery energy storage?
Doesn't
all power generation.
In my mind, that implies the power generation for the data center side, gas power.
I guess you could
All-
say parentheses, primary or backup.
Or Or including backup.
Yeah, all power, including backup generation.
And battery storage.
I think it is power generation.
I do too. I mean, it's a little redundant. Maybe it clarifies it, but backup, including backup power and battery. Okay. Anything else? Oh, and then we got the J or
Yes, sir. Do you want to delete the word battery? In case in the future they put in something else that stores energy? In other words, electrical storage, electrical storage facility, electrical energy storage facility. Just remove the word battery.
I'd leave battery, and if you want to do that, you could say, or any other energy storage facility.
I'd like to leave battery in there.
battery or other energy storage. I don't know, something in the future.
No DeLoreans.
So, are we changing the Lone Star infrastructure protection? Okay, so this is where they can listen. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's good. We didn't do the birds. Where were the birds?
G. Can we copy what we did on the other one? G.
Has that one got 2 6s?
Just the one 3 6.
On number 5 on that, Christine, we're going to need to add threatened and vulnerable. And the reason you really need to do that is like the golden cheek warbler is endangered in Texas, but on the national level, they moved it to threatened. So threatened and vulnerable on sentence 5. Endangered, threatened, and vulnerable species on the project site. Threatened and vulnerable species. Or vulnerable. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay, anything else? We're gonna, all right.
Want to change J for this one like we did on the other one? Leave
A
the.
little different on the concept plan.
Yeah, because this is
Okay.
the site development plan, so we're good with that one.
Because you're already asking for everything that was on the concept plan, so the certification would be there. They just have to make sure that they are doing it on the concept plan.
I move that we adopt the development permit regulations, Section 1, development permit regulations, Section 4.4, site development plan, as amended.
Samuelson to adopt the development permanent plans as amended, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously again.
Judge, may we take a quick break?
Yes. So at 12:06, we're taking a break here.
Max
before we
subs.
get into 11. Yeah. Okay. Okay, item number 11. We're back on the record in Commissioners Court at 12:30. Item 11, discuss and take appropriate action to deny a concept plan submitted by Pacifico Energy, parentheses, Fort Spunky, due to insufficient water source as required by concept plan application 4.2D16A of the Hood County Development Permit Regulations. We got a bunch of speakers about that, so I guess we're going to go into the speakers first, and the first speaker is Matt Long.
I would just reiterate my previous point and kind of the point that you and I talked about just a minute ago, Judge, is that I think we need to be sticklers for detail, and the fact that this concept plan is showing things like a water line that can't exist in real life is something I think we should force them to revise and resubmit. Background in construction, going through the shop drawing process when subcontractors will submit drawings to me, and if something is not in alignment with reality, well, then they have to revise those. And so my opinion is that we should reject it and force them to come back with a plan that actually can be built in real life.
Second speaker, Michael Bass. He's the guy that wrote this letter.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are y'all doing today? My name is Michael Bass, and I'm an attorney at Hush Blackwell. I represent Pacifico Energy, and I'm here to formally object to Agenda Item 11 and ask this court to withdraw it. On January 29th, the court moved to conditionally approve the Fort Spunky concept plan. That motion passed 3-2. Under sections 4.2G and 6.3B of your own regulations, the conditions imposed do not need to be satisfied until the time of the site development plan approval or final plat approval. We are nowhere near that stage. The plan has been approved for 6 weeks now. Today's agenda proposes to deny conditional approval of the concept plan before Pacifico has had any meaningful time or opportunity to satisfy those conditions, this court said. The regulations do not permit that. The stated basis for denial is insufficient water source. The AMUD declined to extend the service. That was a discretionary decision that was met with community opposition and not a technical finding, in my opinion. Pacifico does not need AMUD approval. Section 5.4 of the regulations provides two alternative compliance paths. One is a centralized service or a demonstration that the proposed use does not generate wastewater beyond what the minimum tract size can accommodate. Pacifico is also prepared to pursue potential registration as a Class D public water utility if necessary. They also have enough capacity for well site as well to support that project and to support meeting those county regulations, which are 15 or more connections with treatment, storage, and distribution without any third-party provider necessarily. There's a viable path here, and denying the plan today before the path is implemented is premature, frankly unlawful. While the court is considering this, I must flag the February 7th letter that outlines the condition elements. The court specifically, the letter requires a separate concept plan for each individual gas turbine and battery storage unit. The court never voted for that in their motion, and in the minutes. It doesn't reflect that. Section 4.3 does not support fragmenting those components of a single unified project into separate applications. The letter also requires a traffic impact analysis. And from the commissioner's denial motion, a motion this court rejected 2-3, the court voted down, cannot be reinstated by that staff letter and the conditional approval letter. Every condition required for submitting the site development plan says are due prior to approval, not submission. That distinction matters enormously here because the letter gets it wrong. No other project has also been treated this way, frankly. We have reviewed Hood County's documents on demand archive going back to 25 years, and no conditional approval letter of this kind has ever been issued for any non-data center project, and not one for a 4,000 acre solar farm or an 1,800 megawatt gas power plant. Commercial buildings, RV parks, all approved without conditions of this type. Another specific project, the Wolf Hollow Power Plant, it operates at an 1,800 megawatt gas generation in this county. And they never filed a single concept plan for a new generating unit of that kind. The county is now demanding Pacifico to file one per turbine, which is just rarely not similar to that at all. Project Spectrum, approved at the same time on January 29th hearing, with substantial identical conditions, faces no revocation today on the agenda. Only Pacifico does, and I would love an explanation why. The court twice attempted to pass an industrial moratorium, which failed. The proposed moratorium language stated that the county's existing regulations fail to define or address data centers and power production. The county cannot claim now that those regulations support Pacifico at that time because we are completely vested as of the application date of the site of the concept plan. So what we're asking for is that Pacifico ask the court to withdraw agenda item 11, retract and reissue the February 7th letter to reflect only the conditions this court actually voted for, and confirm Pacifico's vested rights under Chapter 245 as of December 29th, 2025. Confirm that no separate concept plan applications are required per turbine or battery storage unit, and acknowledge that Pacifico may satisfy the water requirement through a self-provided system without a commitment to a MUD. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kevin Pratt.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. It's good to see you again. I'm Kevin Pratt. I'm the Chief Operations for Pacifico Energy. I've been here many times. In fact, I do a lot of the events, the workshop, the pecan plantation breakfast. I've had lunch and other meetings with the commissioners, had other small meetings with commissioners and many of the people here today. You all know me and my face because I've been here. And I've been a gentleman. My intention is to follow the laws and the regulations of Hood County. And the project that we envisioned, 18 months ago, before we committed the land, required that we look into what the regulations say for Hood County. That's like a prerequisite. And so we looked to say, can we comply with these? And we came to the conclusion that we can, and we can do it safely and meet the requirements, even with subchapter K, excuse me. However, the court, through political pressure, keeps moving those goalposts over and over and over. And this is one more example of that. There are reasonable concerns that have been expressed, and there's tools and there's a process that we follow in order to meet those concerns and that make sure they're addressed in a way that not only is acceptable by the county, but also is following the law. That's the process that we're asking for and that we're trying to follow. Now, with respect, the fears of bleeding ears and horror films and biblical prohibition and deformed children, total annihilation of the county, these are all detached from reality. And I ask for the sober people in the seats to apply common sense and the law in these matters. We simply ask that the county follow the iterative process of development, which will continue, and which of course will continue to collaborate and work with the county to meet the requirements that are the law. We'll even continue to work with the community to try to achieve the best outcomes possible. The partners that we are with the community and the partners that we'll bring in with the community are serious about community partnership. They're serious about lifting up the community. This is not the barons or the assassin sailfishes of the ocean circling that want to take occupancy in these buildings. These are people who care about the community and want to make it great. So I just ask that you reject this proposition to revoke. It's never been done before, as far as I know, in the county. I don't see how it could apply now. We are operating in good faith, and we ask that you continue to do so. Thank you.
Bob Slater.
Hi, thanks. I'm not sure when Kevin says they're looking out for our best interest, I'm not sure what he's talking about. There are no best interests here that are served by a data center that is adjacent to Pecan Plantation. He knows it, we know it. It should be rejected just on that basis alone. But you're talking about so many complexities. You're talking about water, you're talking about pollution, you're talking about turbines, power, grid. You could go on and on with a list of considerations and set aside for the moment the legalities, the technicalities offered by their lawyer. And certainly they will fight as much as they can to avoid not satisfying the people who are their investors. The investors in this are interested in one thing, and I've said that throughout: return on investment. They are not interested in the people of this community, greater community, Pecan Plantation, whatever it may be. So I don't know how, excuse me, let me add the issue of you can't do this the first time. You can do anything the first time. I mean, that's an absurdity to even suggest that we can't do something for the first time. We've lived with Bitcoin, and Bitcoin raises so many considerations other than being a larger gambling casino, if you looked into it, where people kind of bet on what the numbers will show and what they get out of it. We could make that a bigger issue if we liked. But let's be real. I think that the people who are pursuing data centers, especially one in close proximity, but for that matter, any of them, are essentially a cluster. They're carpet bombing us. They want to weaken us because we weren't prepared for them. And I think we have honestly tried to respond to what is an improper use of the land and the water, which is what we live for. You know, it's all about us. And if we care about our personal considerations, and I think this community does. If you go back to 1950 when we had 5,000 people, if you go back to 1999, we had 35,000 residents, and today we have roughly 60 to 70,000. We're growing, we're evolving. We basically brought on the Economic Development Commission to essentially address some of these issues, and I think they have. We've interpreted them the right way. Yes, we may have added a few things, but there's also an interpretation of what we have, and there's nothing wrong with that. So bring it on. If that's your goal, Pacifico, with your foreign investors, who I'm sure you're going to reveal them by name, or the fact that you may be using materials from one of our adversaries, let's see that list. But You can't make this happen. We're not going to let it happen. Thank you.
Next speaker is Steve Walker.
Yeah, Steve Walker. I'm a resident of Hood County. And Judge, I don't know if I can do this, but I've got a disability that's affecting me right now, and it may take me longer than 5 minutes to get through what I need to say. I may need to less than 6. So Hood County's got to deny Pacifico's Fort Spunky's concept plan. Not only does the project not meet the water, which is the main question of the day, included in the design for its submittal, the project cannot meet other conditions. According to this 7 February conditional approval letter sent out by the county, specifically paragraph 4, protection of physical environment, endangered and threatened species, and adjacent to the project site, including a bald eagle nest, which is active, within a mile of that site, which is a protected species. And then also paragraph 5, adjacent land uses, particularly paragraph 5, number 6, noise levels and mitigation, and number 5, 8, which is adverse impacts to adjacent land uses. From what I know, this is based on a meeting, from what I've seen in a meeting back in December where Mr. Pratt was present, initial build out of the site will not meet the daily noise exposure limits on adjacent properties and residents. Common and accepted definitions of acceptable and unacceptable noise exposure levels are exceeded at all stages of the development based on a number of gas turbines. I did not model any background noise, just the turbines. Pacifico, Mr. Pratt, stated in December meeting that the gas turbine noise would not exceed 65 decibels. I stated that 65 dBs is not a standard. You should be using the day-night level, which is an exposure with a penalty for night and 24 hours exposure, which you cannot move the employee or the person from the noise. So that's the DNL is the acceptable level. And he, in his comment about being a gentleman, his response was, well, we can mitigate that. The question was how? He said abatements. Basically everything we asked, he said abatements. So that was his only answer. So I don't know about the good partnerships. Let's see. However, the 65 dB is the normal decibel level for non-commercial residential gas generators. Perhaps Pacifico will use these smaller generators. I'm pretty skeptical. I think they'll be more on the commercial side. Those commercial sites have an average dB of around 80 to 85 decibels in that range. But the dB alone is not the commonly accepted measure of noise exposure on people and properties. That is, I mentioned before, the day-night level with penalties for night. Housing and Urban Development, I said this before, Housing and Urban Development, Federal Aviation Administration, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Veterans Administration all use the DNL when measuring noise exposure. The DNL is different and slightly different from the LEQ, which is basically the decibel model, that the EPA uses for occupational health, because you can isolate the employee, move them off, put hearing protection on, things you can't do for a resident. So the DNL is the accepted level. All 4 agencies hold that the noise exposure at night must not exceed 55 dB DNL. Anything higher than that is deemed, like I said, unacceptable. So I modeled Pacifico, Mr. Pratt's 65 dBA gas generators. I also modeled my presumed 85 decibel generators. I modeled 6 gas turbines on the site, and then modeled up to 12 of each decibel rating. Collective noise generation for the 6 gas turbines yields anywhere from 73 decibels to a 92, 93 dB combined source. Well, then I calculated the day-night level with the penalty for night, and it came out to be between 88 and 109 decibels DNL. That's significant when you think about 55 being the 4-agency model, right? I then modeled the 85 decibels, 6 and 12 of each of those gas turbines, no modeling of background noise. And those came out to be a combined noise level anywhere from 91 dBA and 96. So that's a combined level. And then calculated the day-night level with exposures of 91 DNL to up to 111 decibels DNL. Note in these cases, a 10 dB increase is a doubling of the sound. So you can do the math 55 to 111 and see how much louder that feels and gets. All gas turbine modeling results in noise exposure levels deemed unacceptable by the 4 agencies. And last, all scenarios result in a noise exposure level at or beyond living within 3/4 of a mile from the departure end from a major commercial airport. So 3/4 of a mile from the end of DFW runway with airplanes taking off from you. That's how loud the noise is. Lastly, I'll just say this: when it comes to laws and things like that, I'm not a lawyer. Nuisance, there is an interesting Supreme Court decision in the case called Crosstex versus Gardiner. Crosstex wanted to put a gas compressor station next to the Gardiner's property with 4 large diesel generators adjacent to the Gardiner's property. The noise was described as a jet engine or a locomotive. Crosstex installed mitigation measures to no avail. I don't know if they got abatements or not to do that. The court took the appeal from Crosstex to more clearly define the legal morass of noise, and that's their word, legal morass of noise and nuisances. In some, they defined it more clearly an intentional nuisance, a negligent nuisance, which is basically duty, liability, just basic negligent principles, and then strict liability, which generates from a dangerous situation, which I think the noise levels that are coming off of that site, based on my modeling, what I know, you're into the strict liability, abnormally dangerous activity. Again, I did not model ambient noise of the day-to-day operation, which would be additive to the overall noise exposure, which I've already told you about. And then under common sense noise knowledge, objective modeling, and civic concerns voiced here, the concept plan does not sufficiently address critical aspects of Hood County's approval requirements. So I urge your denial of their conditional approval. Any questions?
Mr. Walker,
yes.
could you remind the court, what's your background?
So my background is environmental planning. I'm a trained urban planner with a master's degree, strategic studies from the Army War College, and I spent 10 years modeling noise and doing environmental studies for development clients. Anything environmental, from wetlands, endangered species, noise primarily, historic preservation, Indian affairs, all those types of things that get in the way of a lot of projects. Yeah, so they sent it back for retrial because they said there was a problem with the noise. The Gardeners were right. But when it got to defining the levels of nuisance and how you define it based on intentional negligence or strict liability, there was no clear definition in the result of the course. So they had to retry the case. I don't know where it ended up. This was 2016. But they did redefine, the court did take the opportunity to define what level of noise the impacted party was experiencing. They had to go back and prove that.
What?
From my basic knowledge.
What mechanism, you were talking about the EPA identifies the 55 DNL. What mechanism of enforcement is there for the EPA on that? This is very pertinent to the discussion here in Hood County.
Yeah.
How do we get this enforcement?
Yeah. So I can give you a scenario, and only around the airport scenario. A noise company is hired to do noise modeling. The results are modeled for current conditions and expected conditions of build out of the airport facility. Once that's done, there's a federal regulation that allows the FAA to spend money. Not that that would be pertinent here. But then the money spent to go in and buy property, insulate homes, put requirements on the airport for the airplanes to fly certain profiles. So there is some stipulation on what the airport must do on the federal side. The rest of it is handed over to the local authorities, counties and cities, and airport authorities that have some sort of police power over what occurs. And they institute development regulations based on the same noise modeling. So that's basically what happens is in the end, local counties and cities and authorities enact zoning, developmental laws, whatever they can do to limit the noise on the community out to that 55 day-night level.
Okay, the next speaker is John Highsmith.
Good afternoon. I'm John Highsmith, live in Pecan Plantation. And first thing I'd like to do is thank the court for putting this item on the agenda. Also, I would like to say that I think I know what is in the hearts of this court. Our issue should not be with what is in your hearts. However, the court needs something, and that something is ammunition for this situation. So looking at the concept plan application, 4.2.D16A of the Hood County Development Permit and Regulations, it says the following information is necessary. The proposed method, connection, provider, and location of the proposed water system, the proposed wastewater system. Then Pacifico states in their concept plan, item 16, water, primary water supply via Acton mud with backup concept wells. The concept plan shows water treatment skid and service water tank and fire water storage tank. We understand that the Acton mud denied an agreement with Pacifico by a margin of 5-0 by their board of directors on February 18th, 2026. I also would just, an aside, in response to the attorney for Pacifico, that is what changed, in case you missed that. Under Hood County Development Rules and Regulations, Section 1, Article 4, Application Requirements and Procedures, Section 4.2 Concept Plan. Under F, Approval Criteria, the Commissioners Court shall determine whether the concept plan should be approved. Approved with conditions or denied based upon the following standards. Then 4, development subject to the concept plan will not adversely affect the physical environment and in particular the water quality of the county's water resource. And now let's look at Texas Local Government Code Title 7, Subtitle B, Chapter 231, Subchapter K. And under Section 231.223, Development Regulations generally. The Commissioners Court of Hood County may regulate, Subchapter 5, the location, design, construction, extension, size, and installation of water and wastewater facilities, including the requirements for connecting to a centralized, keyword centralized, water or wastewater system. So this logic trail illustrates that the court has the authority to deny the concept plan from Pacifico because of what I said. I do not really want to summarize anything. I've learned that this can lead to problems. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carolyn Reeves.
I'm a little short here. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Carolyn Reeves in Precinct 202, which is off New Uri Road. I just wanted to say I moved here 5 years ago to move to God's country. And in God's country, we have the rights. Our Heavenly Father has given rights to breathe clean air, drink clean water, and to eat God's food without our ground being contaminated. I take these rights as just given. With these data centers, they're not here to improve our land. They're here to take it away. I don't think any of these lawyers or any of these owners of these data centers would want to live in Hood County at this point. There's 7 data centers wanting to come in, and they're buying up more land as we're standing here today, trying to bring in more data centers. I don't even know if they live in Texas. Let me see my little thing here. I'm trying to keep my notes straight. So I came here because I'm concerned about my life and the way we live. I love the environment. I bought land in the country for peace of mind and to be able to grow my own vegetables and raise my own cattle so I don't have to depend on the government to provide. But what I see is these globalists, like, they're not here to improve our community. They talk about it on the internet, it's all over, where they want us to own nothing and be happy. They don't like our cattle. They don't like us. They want to come in and they want to control and conquer us. And the way to do it is through our water. They don't care how we live or that we live. These data centers will come in and they will cause cancer and health issues. They will have frequencies that hurt our health and our lives and our livestock. Bitcoin's a great example because it's 5 to 7 miles from me and I can still hear it at night. The ranchers around there, their cattle can't reproduce. What's that going to say about the humans here? Are we not going to be able to reproduce once these data centers come in? I know my livestock aren't. These cattle are like gold. They're like $5,500 now for a small calf because food is very important. We can't live without it. We can't live without water either. And they're going to use millions of gallons of water a day. And one of these data centers is like using up a small town's worth of water. So yes, I'm very concerned about my livelihood. They want to turn Granbury into a concrete jungle. They don't care about the deer, the ducks, the skunks, the raccoons. The snakes and the rats will all come into our ranches because they'll have no place to live. So this is not a good thing for Granbury. They can say they're going to buy and improve to the schools. The schools get enough of our money. We pay our property taxes every year. I have not yet seen them pay any property taxes here. So I know they would not want to live here either with these data centers coming in. So why would you think we're going to just accept this when you wouldn't want to live here either? I hope you consider that our water is our way of living. And without water, it's genocide. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jordan Schmidt.
Howdy. My objective is to deny the Pacifico Spunky LLC concept plan. I had to burn more of my vacation time from work to be here today. So my beautiful bride and my one-year-old son are also here with me today. I have an engineering degree. I work for an aeronautics company. I've owned my home here for 6 years now. I believe today less than 15% of all 30-year-olds in America are married and own a home. The American dream is being killed. Recently, on March 5th, my family called and spoke with Doug Shaw, the general manager of the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. None of the required water permits for any of these AI data centers have been filed or granted. That includes Pacifico Spunky LLC, which has not filed or been granted permits by the Groundwater and Well Authority, the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. Most sources show that there's about 32,000 homes here in Hood County. We're being bombarded by at least 7 that we know of AI data centers. We are the ones at risk. For example, 1 gigawatt will power between 300,000 to 700,000 homes, depending on the region. For the lowest 1 gigawatt power consumption listed for the 2,100 acre data center, again, there's 7 sites, forgive me, they kind of blur together after a while, it will be consuming 10 times as much electricity as all the homes in Hood County combined. At the higher 5 gigawatts quoted, 1 AI data center will consume 50 times the electricity of all the homes combined in Hood County. How is this for the public good? Too many major infrastructure projects have been in the works without public admission of their true purpose. One, there's an enormous gas pipeline running from Midland to Hood County nearing completion right now. Authorities may also not be aware of it. That has no purpose but to feed the beast. You can easily see it in Bluffdale today with your own eyes. Two, there's a major water line connection between Squaw Creek and Lake Granbury and the Brazos River. This completes the connection between Comanche Peak and the Brazos River. Three, the Amazon data center for Comanche Peak. So what snake in the grass backdoor deals have been made against the best interest of the people in Hood County? You live in our neighborhood. This morning, a speaker mentioned Sailfish, one of these Trojan horses at the Comanche Circle site. Sailfish wants to make Tolar glow with 400 acres of nuclear fission reactors. They call them small modular reactors, SMRs. Each small modular reactor, which is a type of nuclear fission reactor, typically produces 300 megawatts of power. As highlighted in a 2024 nuclear engineering and technology article cited by the Texas Comptroller website, these raise security concerns, as both the technology and materials could potentially be used for nuclear weapons. Will Pacifico Spunky install any such nuclear fission reactors? Has anybody asked? Is there room for them to do that? We are firmly against the irreversible destruction of our homes, water, land, and parks for our families. We demand you, our representatives, to apply your power and knowledge and actually fight for us, the tax-paying homeowners of Hood County, not against us as conspirators and sellouts to the Epstein class of tech billionaires. Why should any of us give up a square inch of ground for AI? What's in it for us? Nobody can explain the benefit or ultimate purpose of these AI data centers being shoved down our throats. Why should we pay a higher cost for less reliable water and electricity? Why do we pay our property taxes if the AI data centers get a free pass for 10 years to steal our water and make our land uninhabitable for us and our children? Our own elected officials would eagerly give us small homeowners more grief for drilling a residential water well than they would raise a finger to halt a 2,000 plus acre site sucking the natural resources from our county. Representatives, come down like a hammer on an anvil against the AI data centers. Deny the Pacifico Spunky LLC concept plan. Protect us, homeowners of Hood County. I strongly urge everyone here to do your own research and look up who really owns and benefits from these data centers, because it's not us. For example, Sailfish was mentioned a couple of times earlier today. You can see for yourselves that Sailfish Digital Ventures was purchased by BlackRock. What is BlackRock? BlackRock is the world's largest asset management firm with over $10 trillion in assets. This is the same BlackRock that owns enough shares to influence every major credit card company. That's Discover, Capital One, Wells Fargo, I could go on. So those of you who are paying 30% in compounding interest every month, the people at the helm of BlackRock are committing the usury. Larry Fink is the chairman and CEO of BlackRock. Larry Fink is also the co-chair of Board of Trustees of the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum, those are the people who, quote, want us citizens to own nothing and eat bugs by 2030. Seems like the data centers are part of that plan. They are the Epstein class. So what cruel irony if us citizens who are having our water stolen and polluted, our soil contaminated by thousands of acres of batteries and fission nuclear reactors, and we're being driven from our homes, will they expect us to buy a higher priced house in worse condition at a more punishing rate by the very same Epstein class of billionaires charging 30% compounding interest to usury every month on our credit cards? No, we're not giving up our county on principle. Deny the Pacifico Energy Concept Plan. Don't let the AI data centers strangle the American dream. They don't belong over the homes of the descendants of the Alamo defenders.
That concludes the speakers here. Commissioner Samuelson, it's your item.
Yes, so just a couple of clarifications. Mr. Bass stated that Project Spectrum hasn't, those are two different projects, completely different sources of water, so that's like comparing apples to oranges. He mentioned that there would be a public utility. I don't know how that happens when there's no water. So if there's no water, how do you create a public utility? But where does the water come from?
Through on-site wells.
On-site wells that haven't been applied for and may or may not be able to provide the water. Your concept plan stated that AMUD was your primary source, and as I mentioned several weeks ago, I know that there was some communication with your, I guess it was your developers or the other folks in your sorry, I'm trying to get that back up. About what was a water district. You said you looked at our regulations, but you weren't quite sure, what is this water district? Well, if you look, this hasn't changed. This has been there. Water quality district, land use. If you look at that, that's been there. That hasn't changed. In C, non-residential use, it says no office use exceeding 1,000 square feet or industrial use of any size shall be located within the water quality district unless the use is served by both centralized water and wastewater systems. So I made the motion that your concept plan should have been denied on its face because it didn't conform with this requirement. So now we know that your primary water source has been denied. So that is the purpose of this denial, that we have an email from AMUD that says in their regular monthly AMUD, that's what it called, we don't call it AMUD, we just call it AMUD, Board of Directors meeting this morning, the board voted unanimously not to provide water service for the proposed industrial site in the pecan plantation area. AMUD feels that its finite water resource would best be served in support of the current and future residential or commercial development in and around the district. So that's what changed. You submitted a concept plan that said that your primary water source would be AMUD. AMUD has now denied that. It doesn't conform with the regulations that were already there in 5.4.c that said if you're in a water quality district, you have to have, I'll read it again, non-residential standards, no office use exceeding 1,000 square feet or industrial use of any size shall be located within a water quality district unless the use is served by both centralized water and wastewater systems, or unless the applicant demonstrates to the Director of Environmental Health that the proposed use does not generate wastewater greater than can be accommodated on the minimum tract size for the district. So your concept plan fails based on our regulations that were already published, no changes, and so your concept plan fails, so that's why I will move to deny the concept plan based on failing the regulations to have sufficient water to the site.
With respect, Commissioner, the requirement was not that it be a municipal utility district. The requirement was not that it be AMUD that serve us. the requirement was centralized water. And we included in our concept plan that the backup option would be to serve with the on-site wells. There are enough on-site wells with our acreage to generate 650 million gallons a year of water. Of course, we're not going to use that, but that's almost, I mean, it's a huge amount of water. Our request is very minimal. So we can centralize the systems that serve our plant, and if necessary, as our attorney already suggested, we could apply as a Class D utility and serve it with a genuinely TCEQ-approved utility to centralize the water. Now, I don't think that's a reasonable requirement at the stage of a concept plan, but that possibility is there, and in fact is what we intended.
But that is not what you submitted in your concept plan. Your concept plan said primary source would be AMUD, and that's not, your AMUD has been denied. You haven't applied at Upper Trinity. So at this point in time, you're welcome to, in my opinion, resubmit when you have a defined definitive water source, but that is not the plan. You do not have a water source at this current time.
I mean, that's convenient considering the last action. I don't think it'd be looked kindly upon by a court, but we just.
As you're aware, I have had this stance from the beginning. I've said that your water source does not conform to this requirement.
We conform to the regulations, though, by seeking alternative paths, though. And that's what needs to be examined and applied.
You do not conform with this at this current time. So I submit that, as I said in previous courts, that this concept plan should be denied. And now we have the change that AMUD has denied it. So I've made a motion.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I got a couple questions while y'all are there. And I think that Commissioner Samuelson lined it out pretty well on the water. But one of the things you demanded was to withdraw agenda item number 11. We're doing that, right? So we didn't satisfy your demand on that one, did we? But I'm curious about this may satisfy this number D in your demands, that you may satisfy a centralized water system with Class D PUCT. Would y'all mind having a seat for a minute? Let me ask Mr. Shaw to come up for a second. So you've heard, can you opine as to basically the assertion, they say that they may satisfy a centralized water system requirement through construction of an on-site centralized public water system and or through a Class D PUCT utility registration without any commitment. So they're saying we don't need AMUD anyway, although they told us that's where they were going to get the water. So could you enlighten us on what that means?
Yeah, for the record, Doug Shaw, General Manager of the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District. So I'm guessing they're referring to basically developing a public water system, right? You do that through the TCEQ, through the PUC. You know, as y'all know, TCEQ regulates the quality of the water delivered to the public, right, through public water systems. You know, generally for a well-based system, I mean, you know, you've got Dollar General setting out in rural areas of the county. Those are PWS. Those are public water systems. Anything that serves more than 15 connections or 25 people for 60 days out of the year, that's a public water system. So rural churches, Dollar Generals, little gas stations, RV parks, those all are centralized. I guess we could call those centralized, but they're public water systems, right? That's a TCEQ process. Again, there are some dealings with the Public Utility Commission, possibly. But regardless of that, you know, they would have to have a source of water. And just as I said last court, when you all were here talking about another project, you know, I want to clarify, because there is some misrepresentation of district rules. Mr. Pratt said, they have access or can get an allocation up to a certain volume. District rules outline how we allocate per acre owned or controlled, thickness of the aquifer. But it's important to identify that district rules say the lesser of that or the non-speculative demand, right? So the same thing happened last court when the folks came here and said, oh, we can get this much. That's misrepresenting our rules, and I do have to correct that because we do say the lesser of, right? That volume that you can calculate based on that or the non-speculative demand. And just to reiterate, nobody has submitted, no data centers have submitted any applications with the district. We've not acted on any permits. So right now, there is no authorization to produce any water from the existing wells on that property.
But the bottom line is that they still, if they go through TCEQ and they go through the
PUC, Public Utility Commission.
Public Utility Commission.
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, they still got to come down there to you, up there to you, right?
Yes, sir. Correct. Yes, sir. Yeah, and they've reached out. We've met with them. We've laid out the process. They've got to go through and transfer. There's some existing wells on that property that were used by EOG for the mine, haven't been used in a decade and a half or so. They've got to transfer those wells to their name, and then they've got to apply for a permit. Then that permit requires notice and hearing, and it's up to my board, right, on whether or not they're going to grant that permit or not, in whole, in part, or whatever.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to clarify. You and I spoke yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Several times while this process has been going on.
Yes, sir.
Please explain about your board. Your board is composed of how many members?
8 members.
8 members.
Yes, sir.
And when they have a permit, these 8 members vote whether or not they're going to allow those industrial wells to be drilled on that property. Am I correct?
Correct. It is up to my board, and I will never speculate on what my board will or will not vote on. I mean, that's not my job, right? My job is to, make sure to walk people through our rules, to take recommendations to my board, but ultimately anything that goes before my board is their decision.
Their decision. And until they render a decision allowing them to drill an industrial well, they do not have access to that Upper Trinity Conservation District water, do they?
Correct. Right now, there is no authorization to pump a single drop of water. Correct. That is correct.
And if I could add just for backdrop, the Upper Trinity Groundwater Conservation District consists of Hood County is the southernmost county.
Yes, sir.
Then Parker County, north of us, and then Wise County, and then Montague.
Yes, sir.
4 counties. And each county has the right to choose 2 people on the board of directors, and they rotate on a 4-year basis. Am I so far okay?
Yes, sir.
And so that board consists of 2 people from Hood County, 2 people from Parker, 2 people from Wise, and 2 people from Montague. And so it would be speculation, total speculation to opine on how they would vote on anything, probably.
Absolutely.
Also speculation. It's the water source is speculative at this point.
Right. I mean, and again, I go back to that in our rules, we don't issue based on speculation. So, we described that to them when we met with them that we would require, some sort of documentation showing, proving up the volume that they ultimately request. Right. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mills, would you please come up here and explain something to me? I hate to do this to you,
but you will anyway.
But I will.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Because that's your job. Give me another 30,000 overview of this deal based upon what we've done before on the conditional concept approval and now coming back and doing the deny about tell me what is the legal effect of this?
Well, first let me say that this motion
puts us on the brink of immediate litigation, which you might want to think about an executive session if we want to go further. If you want it out here, I'll talk out here. If you want to talk back there, I think we're entitled to it if we're really on the brink of litigation. So whatever you want to do, let me just get that out there first.
All right. I think that due to the seriousness of this, I'd like to move that we go into executive. We've got a motion on board, but due to this, I think we need to get legal advice before we actually vote. So I move we go into executive session. Got a second by Commissioner Andrews. All those in favor of going to executive session, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I'm going to say nay, too.
Okay, so the ayes have it, 3-2. So we're going to adjourn very quickly, I hope, and come back to y'all, okay?
Deny, deny, deny.
No action was taken in executive session. We have a motion made by Commissioner Samuelson to deny the concept plan submitted by Pacifico, second by Commissioner Eagle. All those in favor of denying the concept plan, say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor of voting against denying the concept plan, say nay. Nay. I have it. Okay. All right, it's 3-2. So it planned, the denial plans, and so the deny passed. Let me say this. You know, a lot of times you do something as your fiduciary duty because I understand the law. What I do as a judge here are two different things here on the deal. I think that attorney back there is smiling down there because her lack of, they 5 on attorney's fees. That's how attorney's fees stay. So we're probably in for litigation. Y'all want it? I think y'all know everybody says bring it on. You know what? This is the first time in my life. It's a new experience for me. For 50 years, I love litigation. I just absolutely ate it up with both spoons. I don't now because I'm playing with y'all's money, but we'll see what happens, okay? So anyway, that's done. Item number 12, discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the resolution for the Sheriff Immigration Law Enforcement Grant Program. Auditor. Sheriff. Yes, sir.
So before you is a resolution that when I went in there to do the Senate Bill 8 grant information, I've got everything done except for we needed a resolution. We should have probably put it together for that last Commissioner's Court other than just approving it. It has to be some things spelled out that it is now thanks to the auditor. So I need you to approve this so we can move forward to get any money we can out of Senate Bill 8.
What do you think? Should we?
I think we should, yes.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I'll move with it. I move that we adopt the resolution for the Sheriff Immigration Law Enforcement Grant Program.
Second.
Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to adopt the resolution for the Sheriff Immigration Law Enforcement Grant Program, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
13, discuss and take appropriate action to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Mission Critical Partners proposal to conduct a study for the Hood County Sheriff's Office Emergency Communications Center at a cost not to exceed $49,690 to be paid from the appropriate budget account, which is Fund 55. That is
the magic gumdrop.
It is. I hope it is as prolific as the Upper Trinity aquifer is. Okay, talk to us, Sean McGuire.
So I would like a little leeway because I'd like to say a couple things. So Sean McGuire, Hood County Emergency Communications Director. So I want to start off with our stats from 2025. In 2025, we had 73,089 calls for service as dispatch calls. We had 25,340 911 calls, 71,034 admin calls, 4,951 cell 911s, or what we like to call butt dials. We spent an average of 3 minutes and 10 seconds on all our 911 talk times. We kept an average of 97% of answering 911 calls under 10 seconds. We had 274 prepared live sessions. That's the dispatchers being on their cell phones watching events happen in live or texting with the callers while stuff was happening. We had 1 minute and 32 seconds from a cardiac arrest from receiving the phone call to paging it out. We had 1 minute, 19 seconds from receiving the phone call to paging out for a residential structure fire. We did 852,706 total radio transmissions. We entered 1,091 lost or stolen articles. 256 hit confirmations were sent. 344 hit confirmations were received. 1,130 admin messages sent. 173 bond conditions entered. 158 911 recordings pulled for court purposes. 2,788 warrants were entered. 290 KPS Pro fine warrants were issued. When I say those numbers, those are just statistics for everybody else, but nobody knows what actually happens behind the scenes of what makes this happen. Hood County is at a crossroad right now, based on everything you just saw, 377 widening with that project coming up in 2 years, all the commercial projects coming in. What is next for the 911 center? There's only a handful of people in this county that can actually state what 911 dispatchers do. There's not a lot out there. There's not a lot of companies out there that can articulate what we do when it comes to budgeting and providing analysis and assessments. We reached out to Mission Critical Partners. Mr. David Jones is here to speak on his proposal to us. With the contract coming up and with everything happening, I think we need to do an assessment of where we're at, where we need to go to. This company can do it for you guys and get the best bang for your guys' buck.
David Jones, Mission Critical Partners. And forgive me.
What was your name again?
David Jones, Mission Critical Partners. I'm not here to talk about data centers. So, again, Mission Critical Partners, we are a firm that specializes in emergency communications and emergency services and criminal justice. That is our sole practice. Personally, I live here in Texas. I'm a co-founder of this firm. And prior to joining this firm, to creating this firm, I spent 25 years in the public sector. I began my career as a 911 dispatcher a long time ago. I went on to direct 3 organizations, one in Kansas, one here in Texas, one in South Carolina. I believe I have a reasonable understanding of what it takes to manage and run and fund a 911 center. This work that we have been asked to provide is twofold. Number one, it is to review the interlocal agreement that is currently in place between Hood County and its membership, specifically the city. The interest here from Hood County, as I understand it, and from the sheriff, is ensuring that all parties are paying their fair share as to the real cost of providing 911 service, quality 911 service to all of the citizens of Hood County. The second piece of that is to conduct the organizational assessment to ensure that the 911 center has, do the assets that are currently in place, are they sufficient to meet the current and growing demand of the citizens of Hood County? So those are the 2 primary objectives of this scope of work. We put it together based upon the understanding of what the communication center and the sheriff's office was requesting. And we did it with the understanding that the work of these 2 initiatives would be done concurrently. So therefore, we were able to provide the cost that you see in front of you. That is through an HGAC contract price. So it is a competitively procured price model in front of you that we use to put this scope of work together. And we believe that it fulfills the requests as asked for by the Communication Center and as asked for by the Sheriff's Office. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
No, this is not this agreement is vague. There's some things in here that are not clear. First of all, the amount, $49,690, is just $310 away from $50,000, which would kick in additional bids. And there's sections in here that there's only 2 site visits, so even one additional visit would kick us over the $310.
Remember, we increased it about 4 or 5 months ago. The state increased it to $100,000.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But there's still, it looks to me like it's, well, I'll just read you the email that I sent to Sean. And first of all, I do agree that we need to do something critically first to assess that contract. So I'd asked Sean at the beginning of court if you could break it up into doing that part first, because that's really critical that we get the interlocal agreement assessed in time for budget season.
Of course.
But if you look at the statement of work, it says the step-by-step review will be conducted before the kickoff meeting. Any update changes from the initial statement of work basically will be added. So that kind of makes it an open-ended contract, because it's not really a contract. There's nowhere for the judge to sign. It says well, the agenda item says approve and authorize the county judge to sign the with mission critical partners to conduct a study, but there's nothing for him to sign. So after 120 days from the submittal, MCP reserves the right to revisit the scope and pricing. That really concerns me, because this makes it sound like it's open-ended. The timeline, you have this timeline kind of phases, but there's no time on there. So somewhere in here it said 4 to 6 months, but that's 50% more. If it's 4 months, if you're 6 months, that's an addition of 50%. That's a pretty big range. So except for 2, all the meetings are virtual. So if there's 1 additional meeting that's on site, that's going to increase the cost from $49,690. Scheduling the site visit, so that's, again, there's just 2. The interviews are all virtual. MCP will interact with a variety of stakeholders to gain the most information and the best perspective in order to develop a clear vision, but you're only going to be on site for up to 2 days. So there's going to be some type of virtual walk around I saw. Is
That's
that
correct.
like somebody holding a phone and walking around? What does that mean?
It's usually done with an iPad, but yes.
Okay.
The concept is correct.
It says the analysis of workforce staffing and scheduling is important to promoting proper project for future staffing needs of the organization. To generate these projections, MCP uses the industry accepted staffing formula. So will you also provide, determine the optimal shift size and shift length, or is this just number of staff? Or will you also suggest a model of shift size and length?
We will, I want to be very clear, because this scope was crafted understanding with the economic realities that are at play. You know, the economic realities. We knew that in other words, we knew that the county is cost conscious. That's not at all unusual. We are accustomed to working within that cost conscious. That is why you see the use of virtual meetings as being so prevalent to be an efficient use of those available dollars. Yes, we were very clear about what time is spent on site. That's how we control our cost. And so, yes, adding a third meeting, that does contribute to additional costs. Again, we were trying to control those costs, number one, by limiting on-site time. And we work as hard as we can to make sure it's as efficiently an efficient use of that on-site time. That's why we do that virtual walk around beforehand to ensure that Sean and his staff are ready for this on-site time, and that we have the data we need to make this on-site time as efficiently, to be used as efficiently as we can possibly make it. But yes, a number of this is done virtually, again, through the use of working to control costs.
Okay, I know I did ask about that, but my last question was about your best practices on workforce staffing and scheduling. Would you, when you suggest what the staff should be, are you also going to suggest the number of shifts, the shift hours, things like that? Or are you just doing number of people? Staff size?
And I'm trying to be very careful here because I don't want to add to scope here. So I'm gonna answer your question by saying, and also because I have absolutely no idea what the end result is going to be. I can't predict what the findings are going to be. If it is obvious to us that, for instance, the call load is not supported by the number of staff in here, and will we offer ways to more efficiently have staff assignments, alternative dispatch methodologies? Yes, we will provide that. But I don't know what those outcomes are going to be at this part of this stage.
As part of your best practice, is normally part of your best practice not just the number of staff, but how that staff is deployed over the shifts and shift size? Okay, thank you. So on your administration and planning, it's on page 15 if I didn't realize you were following along. Which area will address best practices? So will you also, I see in here you've got several areas listed. Will you also address best practices for documentation of standard operating procedures, roles and responsibilities, and if there's any gaps?
Yes.
Okay. The facilities assessment involves meetings with the ECC leadership, but those are all virtual except for the first two planning assessment meetings.
That's correct.
Then on page 17, it says MCP will use the approved outline. I didn't see an outline. Did I miss it?
That it comes in the project. When we're delivering that draft report, we will provide it in outline form, and that we will ask for approval by the client before we finalize that. Yes.
And then MCP anticipates there could be up to 2 additional calls. What if there's more than 2? Is that going to cost extra?
Virtual calls, typically not. Additional on-site visits, yes, do generate additional cost.
And then on page 18, the presentation is remote. So on-site will cost more.
Yes. Now, the only the caveat I can add to that, because I am local, relatively speaking, I'm from the Northeast Tarrant County area. My time would not be charged to this particular project, so I can be here. Members of the project team
bringing them in could result in additional cost.
Okay, so you said, I see in here that it says 4 to 6 months.
Yes.
So, like I said a few minutes ago, on such a short project, that's a big gap or buffer, whatever you want to call it. So do you think it's?
Typically, this kind of work is done within 90 to 120 days. But because we don't know what we are going to find, we do build in a buffer to manage expectations.
50% buffer?
Yes.
Okay. So in the other ones, the value add, all those would be extra?
That is correct.
Optional services. So the project expectations and assumptions on page 19. There again, it talks about the 2 days on site. That's all, and then a step-by-step review of the statement of work will be conducted before the kickoff. Any updates or changes from the initial statement of work, which is this document, outlined in this proposal will be documented for mutual agreement to allow for clarification and expectations to be addressed. So that just to me leaves it wide open for this being more than $49,690, because right here you're saying we'll adjust it if you add more. It's a risk of a cost increase right there.
And you hit on the key word there, if the county adds to the scope. If the county does not add to the scope, then I honor this cost.
Yeah, but I mentioned this to Sean. It feels like we got to this point, we've already spent this amount of money. If we want it to be finished and be good, now we have to spend more money, or else it's just, so it's like coming in low and then we have to add a lot of stuff, and you know what I'm talking about.
I do understand that is not the way my firm does business. And by the way, we have an extensive body of work here in Texas, here in the Metroplex. I think you will find that my firm's reputation is stellar.
Okay, and then on page 20, it says MCP will submit an initial draft plan. When will that happen?
Again, it's dependent upon the project schedule. That's typically done in that initial 90 days. But that is the initial step in gaining the client's review and ultimately approval of what we are recommending.
So could you have on the boxes on the phases, is there not a general timeline here that you could provide, like today? Is this 60 days, 90 of these phases?
I'm sorry, could you go to on the screen in front of us, could you go to the section she's referring to, please?
It's on several pages, but just where the boxes are is fine there.
Okay, so this is a description of our total process. And again, so that phase 1 project and initiation management, that is completed typically in the first 15 to 30 days. The phase 2 discovery typically takes 30 to 60 days. The data analysis is a bit shorter, but again, that depends upon the quality of the data that we get from the county. I understand that they've already begun that process, so that is good. But it all depends upon the quality of the data we receive as to that timeline. That phase 4 delivery, again, that typically is in that 90 to 120 day time frame. It could be longer, depending upon, again, the quality and amount of data we receive, but it typically is not.
So are you saying that phase 2 is itself 30 to 60 days, or that's from the start of the project?
From the start of the project.
Okay, I misunderstood that. Days 30 to 60. And you don't the third phase you didn't say a timeline on that one.
Well, again, a lot of that is dependent upon what happens in phase two and the quality of the data we receive in phase two. But again, that is in that 60 to 90 day cumulative timeframe.
Okay. One more question at the back, the very last page, or page 20, the last page that I printed. It's 41 pages, but I only printed 20. It's on page 20. There's a statement on here. I don't know if it is supposed to be here. It says, well, let's just go to it. It's on page 20. 20, yes. It says 4 hours with MCPs, PM, and applicable SMEs to conduct client reviews at the ECC assessment report. Does that go with that?
Yes. That is our staff working with the ECC staff to review.
Create the initial draft?
Yes.
Okay, I got it now. Thank you. So I just feel like this is going to be more than $49,690 based on all the open-ended options in here, the value adds. So let's review the statement of work and see if there's anything more to add, the number of site visits. So how do we control that?
Great question, and let's be very clear. No addition to this scope of work will be made without coming back to the Commissioner's Court.
What I'm afraid of then is that we're this far along and we can't stop now, so we have to pay it. But that's
Well, again, as you can see from the client list that's also a part of this document, we do not have a reputation for doing what you described.
okay. All right. Hold you to your word.
Good.
Thank
I
you.
hope you do.
Well, let me throw this in there. I'll die on this hill again. Granbury citizens are Hood County citizens. And I've made this comment about animal control and everything else. I think that Hood County needs to be dispatching for Granbury citizens. So that's my piece. I'll leave it there and die on that hill alone.
I just got a quick one here. When you talk about getting the quality data, you're going to get quality data from him, correct? And you're going to give it to him, right?
We already started.
Okay, so that part should be taken care of.
We're
Okay,
the king of data.
Yeah.
We are the kings of data.
okay.
I'm not worried about that. If you guys see what we submit to the court and to everybody on our monthly reports, we do that, and that takes almost like a day for us to get that for you guys, so you guys know what is happening in your county. So you guys know what is going out there with the citizens. That's what he's going to be looking for. I'm not scared.
So we don't have anything to sign today, right?
If I could, because she asked the question, I would respond to that. Typically, the way that we enact this kind of a scope of work, upon the Commissioner's Court approval, we can either use a contract instrument that the court prefers, or you can use a purchase order, again, whatever the court prefers, or we can prepare a professional services agreement, contract document. It's really what your procurement code and your preferences are.
So we had this down by PO to do this by.
So will that work for you, Commissioner? A PO? Okay.
That's fine with the auditor, as long as someone's keeping track of when it gets to $49,690.
No, it's not approved outside of that.
Okay.
Motion.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve. We really don't need the county judge to sign something, so let me start here. I'm going to make a motion to approve a PO purchase order for Mission Critical Partners proposal to conduct a study of the Hood County Sheriff's Office Emergency Communications Center at a cost not to exceed $49,690 to be paid from Fund 55 with the scope of as presented to us in court today.
Do you have that motion down, Christine? Okay, motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to approve the Mission Critical Partners study not to exceed the $49,690, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion?
To be paid from Fund 55. Okay.
Be paid from Fund 55.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried. 4-1. Nay was Commissioner Andrews.
Andrews.
Item number 14, discuss and take appropriate action on how the county judge has signed an MOU relating to radio network communication and coordinating with Toller ISD and Hood County. Margaret, both of y'all come on up here. I'm talking all three of y'all. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yes, so this is an MOU that was going to work with Toller ISD. Toller ISD bought radios to join the Granbury Regional Radio Network. But with the school districts, what we like to do, what dispatch likes to do at the sheriff's office, is to have a talk group that they monitor at all times. That way, when something does happen at a school, they can patch the channels between law enforcement and the school marshals and know exactly what's going on in the school during an emergency. All this is allowing us to do that and making it clear what the expectations are from the school district and from the county side.
Good idea. Do I hear a motion?
We authorize the county judge to sign an MOU relating to radio network communication in coordination with Toller ISD and Hood County.
Second.
Motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to allow the county judge to sign an MOU relating to radio network communication and coordination with Toller ISD and Hood County, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 15, discuss and take appropriate action on how the county judge has signed an MOU relating to radio network communication in coordination with Granbury ISD and Hood County. Yes, ma'am. Same thing?
Exact same thing. The only difference is Granbury ISD and the county already have an MOU that said it would be revisited in 2026. And so that's what we're doing, is just revisiting it and making it match the one for Toller.
Perfect. Do I hear a motion?
Move that we authorize the county judge to sign an MOU relating to radio network communication in coordination with Granbury ISD and Hood County.
Second.
Made by Commissioner Wilson to allow the county judge to sign an MOU relating to radio network communication in coordination with Granbury ISD and Hood County, second by Commissioner Andrews. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously 5-0.
Thank you.
Both. All three of you. 16, discuss and take appropriate action to better define roles, authorities, and accesses in communication between Freeze and Nichols, Bojorquez, Bracewell, and Development Commission, and any other contracted consultant and commissioner's court.
We've got a bill for Bracewell on there, and there were several reaching out and those kind of things. And I think that we need to bring this in to kind of a central location where we go from here. I think most of the communication, I know that Freeze and Nichols and Borquez are going to have to communicate some as they go through the development procedures. But I think that in-house, we need to kind of limit this and go in a particular direction with it. I think it probably needs to be either specifically from the commissioner's court, preferably with all of us in here together, getting the same information and asking questions at the same time with those outside attorneys, or potentially through Matt Mills' office.
I thought we had already clarified that with Blakely with the Fernandez that it just had to either through Matt or us or you're saying you don't think the Development Commission, is that the change?
Yeah, again, bring it to Commissioners Court, because there may be a whole lot of time and effort spent discussing a topic that's not going to get approved by the Commissioners Court. At the end of the day, we'll have the final say on that. So I think that it would be prudent to bring those ideas before Commissioners Court and then, sift through them and then look at the legalities of it on the backside. I think we're spending a lot of money with, on the phone and in the meetings and all that stuff.
When you call a law firm, they are charging you for every second that you talk to them. That's just the way it's going to be. Outside law firm, it's not like talking to Matt Miller.
Right.
You understand that, don't you, Mayor? I do. Yeah, that's right. I totally agree with that. Better just let it go. We can talk to Matt Mills, is what we need to do, individual commissioners and development commissioner, and let Matt Mills talk to Bracewell or Bajaris Law Firm. That's probably how it should be, and then we can quantify. That way, let Matt, who's an attorney, synthesize down what everybody else is talking to, and then you have it. That's the most efficient way to deal with it. So only let Matt talk to the two law firms is what I would say.
Or the court as a whole.
Or the court as a whole. That's great.
As we get, now that Borges is on board, we need to transition, because when we initially engaged the Fernandez, the Bracewell law firm, that was really because we had an agreement that was on the table back last fall, and we needed some help negotiating. And then we kind of threw all these development regulations on her plate, which that's not her specialty. And the Borges law firm, that is their specialty. So now I think that we need to transition over. So we shouldn't really have any need to engage Ms. Fernandez unless we have an agreement that's on the table. Does anybody?
I agree with that.
Do you agree with that? So, and over. Okay, so are you making a motion?
Need to be a motion, or do we just need?
That should just be an understanding here. Yeah, that we all should contact individually an outside law firm up here. We should talk to Matt Mills and let Matt Mills synthesize it down and let him talk to the outside attorneys. I would say the attorneys. Of course, you're getting ready to get a lot of that, Mr. Mills, I'm afraid. Okay.
May I ask a question? Regarding Freeze and Nichols, I know Dan Sefco wanted to have like one point of contact, and he thought, communicating with the Development Commission, since it's regarding regulations, if that would be okay, or do you also want them going through Matt?
Go to me, it's fine. I can be the point of contact for whoever. Yeah. But I'm total agreement with what y'all are talking about here, so.
Okay. All right. So.
Put in a motion, we just discuss it and do that. Okay? All right. Let's bring us to item number 17, the one I've been looking for since 9 o'clock this morning. Consider and take appropriate action to authorize the county judge to sign the AVI-SPL contract to upgrade the audio-video equipment in the county court at law and 355th district courtrooms not to exceed $72,000 to be paid from Fund 55. Yes, sir. IT department head, and we got backup from Judge Haddocks here, just in case, and Judge Buffkin.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how y'all voting. I'm voting in favor of this.
Good
I've been beat up enough today. So anyway.
Good afternoon, Judge,
Go ahead,
Commissioners.
Scoot.
Yeah, so this is a motion. We want to replace all the audio video equipment in both courtrooms to bring it up to our current standards. There's a couple of really compelling reasons. One, the current system is not supported anymore. We can't make coding changes. I'll let the judges, if they'd like to speak to item number 2, but essentially, the current system does not meet their needs from a capability standpoint. And then, of course, the third point, we're always looking for some backup options in case this central jury room is not available. As we all know, the EOC is not a good backup. So, any questions?
Judge Haddix, you want
Well, I can add to it, just tell you, we use antiquated software and antiquated resources. There's been upgrades made to the district court that have not been made to the county court at law. It's really kind of two different systems working. And to put it in layman's terms, we use this life-size thing. It's no longer supported. It's outdated. It never works. It's inconvenient for everybody else because the whole world uses Zoom. Well, the whole world uses Zoom except us. And so no one knows how to use it. It never works right. We end up using cell phones and things in court a lot of times in my court to get through hearings. And so they're telling us that they can integrate into both courtrooms where a lawyer can go from one courtroom to the next, use the same equipment, same plugin. We're looking for that, and I think they're also going to upgrade the jury room to where y'all could use Zoom and things in the jury room if you're in executive session. You need to talk to these lawyers without Mr. Mills. So it would be technology y'all could use too.
That we're going to have Matt there now.
That's kind of my
you want to throw something in here?
And I'll just tell you about this life-size thing. You can see one person, and that's me, if you're on the other end of it somewhere. Can't see the witness, can't see the other lawyers, just one hole in the wall, and that's it, and that's me, and that's just unbearable for lots of lawyers. They'd rather see the witnesses.
I'll just add, well, first of all, I think life size probably has worked for other functions, but in court, it doesn't work as well as we need it to. So I just don't use it very often. And so lawyers are kind of out that need to use it because it doesn't work well enough, often enough. And so, whereas, as far as I'm aware, most every other court uses Zoom, and it works for that purpose. Whenever I was practicing before I became a judge, that's what all the courts were using. Here, it just doesn't work well enough for us to rely on it. So in a pinch, we use the life size, but we typically don't plan to use it. And I would much prefer to have Zoom if the Commissioner's Court would approve it.
Well, we need to dump what you got and bring Zoom in. Is that what this?
Well, it's going to take equipment. And that's their expertise, but it's going to take equipment to do that and take the equipment out we haven't used. And 95% of the time we hook up with life size, we've got to call them to come and get it working.
And
the real works. It's not reliable.
The real problem that we've had too in district court is that there's always a delay for the witness. So if there's a witness on Zoom, there's a delay and two people, for whatever reason, can't talk over each other. And that presents a major problem in a contested hearing because let's say a lawyer stands to object and the witness can't hear them, they keep talking. And in normal life, that's okay if you say something when you're not supposed to. Everybody disregards it, but in court, that could be very bad. In fact, nobody can unhear something they've heard that may be inadmissible evidence. And so that's one of the reasons why we just don't use it unless we just have to. But there are times when it would be really nice for there being an out-of-town witness who's, in another state and they can't get a flight. Well, we can still let them testify. We don't have to worry that a jury is going to hear something that they don't need to hear because, from what I'm understanding, I'm going to have the capability to mute the witness immediately so that when there's an objection, they can't say something that a jury may hear. So that just means that we can use it because in the current system, I can't trust it enough to allow it in these big trials.
Steve assures me that he's going to manage AVI. We haven't had the best history with them, but he's going to manage them and make sure they get this done on time as they say they will.
It's problematic calling them every time we have to use it. We're hopeful we can get something that's more reliable, but we don't have to depend on those people as much. Better equipment, it's more in line with what the lawyers use, the rest of the world uses.
I'd really like to just point out that me and Judge Buffkin have on the exact same tie. What are the chances of that?
Thank you.
Got the memo.
You didn't notice
I was hoping that you'd notice that.
They'll both shop at Walmart.
Yeah, apparently he shops at Ross. I don't know that.
The proposed installation dates on or about April 24th. Is that going to be a problem?
We'll make it not a problem.
We'll make it.
Well, I mean, that's, you'll got to keep going like you are for a while, because that's what's in the paperwork.
I don't know what our downtime will be, but we can work around it.
We'll negotiate.
And I move to authorize the county judge to sign that ABI SPL contract to upgrade the video equipment in the county court at law and the 355th district courtrooms not to exceed $72,000 to be paid from Fund 55.
Second.
Okay. Motion been made by Commissioner Samuelson to authorize the county judge to sign the ABI SPL contract to upgrade the audio video equipment in the county court at law in the 355th district court not to exceed $72,000 to be paid from Fund 55. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Judge, we do have that courthouse security.
That pen test, we have to go into executive session.
Yes, we do.
I need,
Yeah, well, let's do with the consent agenda to get
Okay.
through with that. Okay, thank you. All right, next item is consent agenda. We made some changes. Everybody approved the changes, know
Yeah.
what changes have been made?
the pull, under purchasing F4 and F5, we're going to pull those until there just needs to be some tweaks to the contract.
So D 2, 3, and 4 were from typo there. And, oh, that's not consent, so we'll worry about the financial in a minute, so.
Okay, so with those modifications and additions then, do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
We approve the consent agenda with the modifications as been stated.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made by Commissioner Wilson to approve the consent agenda with the amendments and modifications as stated, second by Commissioner Eagle. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. That now brings us no road ops, no development, right? Balls of fire. So that brings us down to financial. You're up, Ms. Stephanie Matlock. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Okay, so there was an update also to the total amount. So I request the court consider certification of payment of invoices for the period of February 13th, 2026 through February 26th, 2026, and discuss vendor payments over $10,000 and take appropriate action. Expenditures for March 10, 2026 Commissioners Court is $746,572.46.
Okay. All right.
746,572.46.
0.46?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we certify the payment of invoices for the period of February 13th through February 26th of 2026 for $746,572.46.
Second.
A motion been made by Commissioner Andrews to pay the bills in the amount of $746,572.46, second by Commissioner Samuelson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So now that brings us back to, we
Well-
go into item, do you have anything else?
Yes, we have the reports, monthly reports, and then bank reconciliations.
Okay.
It's that. So I ask the court to consider financial reports received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of January 1st, 2026 through January 15, 2026, and take appropriate action. The auditor's office has reviewed all of the financial reports and request the court accept them.
I'll make a motion to approve the audit department's financial reports as stated.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Eagle to approve the audit reports as stated by the auditor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I ask the court to consider bank reconciliations received and reviewed by the audit department for the period of January 1, 2026 through January 15, 2026, and take appropriate action. The auditor's office has reviewed all bank reconciliations and recommends approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the bank reconciliations as received by and reviewed by the audit department as stated.
Motion been made by Commissioner Eagle to approve the bank reconciliations as stated by the auditor, second by Commissioner Wilson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. You're batting 1,000. Okay, now that brings us back to at 20 minutes to 3. We are adjourning into executive session to discuss item number 6. All right, at 3:05, we are convening back into the Commissioners Court for the executive session. No action was taken in executive session, but I'm going to sign a contract regarding security devices. I can't tell you what it is. Come on up here, and we have
You
a representative.
think we ought to do a motion for that?
Go ahead, Dave.
I'm going to make a motion to authorize the judge to sign this contract.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Eagle, second by Mr. Wilson, the county judge to sign the contract presented regarding security. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion